Morning and welcome to what is probably going to be the last day of the season here at the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol, as umpires Peter Hartley and Rob White lead the way out. And Warwickshire will resume this morning 58 for 5, thanks to a blistering spell from Tom Price last night. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined this morning, as usual, by Ian Randall. With D-Mob happy. Ian's brought his games into school on the last day of the season. And Ian, do you think it's going to be the last day?
I think that I had this conversation with somebody last night when I got home. I think it's probably 80-20 that it is.
Yeah.
But Warwickshire will know that in both we are in the third innings of the match, and there's been one good partnership in each of the other two.
Yeah.
And somehow between Bethel and Davis and probably Danny Briggs, they've got to find one good partnership, and if they do that, they're still in the game.
Yeah.
I think your estimate last night was 170 might be the sort of the area where you don't know which way it's going to go.
Yeah.
Less than that, you'd say Gloucestershire will be favourites. More than that, you'd probably say Warwickshire would be favourites.
As you said on the preview that we put out on Twitter this morning, anything with a 2, I think, will become uncomfortable for Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Mark Robinson was very positive last night. Warwickshire coach said, they're still in this game. They're not out of it yet. And I have to agree with him. I think, big partnership here. You never know.
David Payne's going to set us off. Overcast, but quite bright. And Payne in this morning, and the left-handed Bethel defends. And just a thought also that occurred to me on the drive home last night. You mentioned it, and you mentioned it at the time. You've mentioned it quite a bit since. Jack Leach bowled really well in the Somerset win here back earlier in the season. Jacob Bethel got 61 in that second innings, and he batted as well as anyone. So might he, even against the spinners, still be difficult to dislodge? Payne in, and bowls to him here, and he just works that into Tom Price on the leg side. There are 4 slips. So Taylor, J, obviously, Price, OJ, Dent and Hammond, alongside James Bracey, who, as Dan pointed out on his Twitter yesterday, was like the proverbial Zebedee when Dom Sibley was out yesterday.
It was wonderful. Have a look on Twitter.
Payne in again to Bethel, who defends. 58 for 5 is where they start. Warwickshire today, 77 the lead. And this game, along with a couple of others, might well be, getting very close to a finish today. Certainly the game at Worcester, at the top of the second division, where Notts are in a bit of a tight spot there, when they might have thought that was going to be the game where they sealed their promotion. And also the game at the Aegeus Bowl in the first division. Payne in again. Bethel, it's a slightly slower one. It went on the second bounce to James Bracey. And be careful about the variable bounce, we'll call it, on this third day. Graham Van Buren at mid-off, walking in, and Bethel gets that highish on the bat. Not sure the total control of that. David Payne, hands on head, just to indicate that just a slight moral victory to the bowler. Payne in once more, and Bethel from the crease just plays that out quietly to Hammond on 3 bounces at 4 slip. Maiden from Payne to start the day. I think he and Price will probably have, half an hour together. This ball is still only 15 overs old, so it's still got a bit of hardness about it. But I don't think it'll be too long before Zaffer's involved.
No, definitely not. Gloucestershire they are technically relegated now.
I was trying to do the maths on that this morning on the way down in the car in my head.
Even if they win this and pick up 24 in the game away at Headingley next week up at Yorkshire, they can only finish on 119. That would give them 40 more points, which takes them to 119. Warwickshire on 120. So Gloucestershire...
They can only finish above one team, potentially.
They can only finish above one team. So it's going to be Kent, Warwickshire, Somerset or Yorkshire. Who would you like to join us in the second division next year?
Well,
answers on a postcard.
Yeah.
Tom Price from the Pavilion End. A little bit of shape.
Anything to do with a TA1 postcode, do you think?
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. It'd be nice. West Country derby. But, I'm...
And just interesting, it's funny when you go to cricket and you spend all day at cricket, you get home and 2 or 3 people ring you about cricket, funnily enough. Do you tend to find that happens?
Yeah, I do. I'd like to go home and forget about it, actually. Tom Price in. That's chopped backward. Good diving stop there, Chris Dent. Backward point. And this could be our last day of the season as well, commentating on the stream. And I'd just like to say thank you to everyone who's tuned in over the season, everyone who's been involved in the emails, and everyone from the club who's made me feel so welcome, from the staff to the fans to the players, and you guys at home tuning in. Tom Price in. Davis leaves that one alone.
But
people
would not have, Dan, people would not have warmed to you without you warming to them.
No, I mean, I love it down here. I've been a Middlesex fan all my life, and now I got to a stage the other week where
you weren't sure.
No. As I said, I'll come on to it after this ball from Tom Price. That's nipped back, half an appeal, not out. I said earlier, I feel like, Middlesex have been the love of my life, yet Gloucestershire are my midlife crisis. I've left my wife of Middlesex and...
No, I was going to say, are Gloucestershire your sort of motorcycle or your sports car?
They're my new wardrobe. But no, everyone's been absolutely wonderful to me here, from the players to the staff to the fans, and I can't thank you enough. Davies just tucks that one into the leg side. He's going to pick up a single. David Payne does the fielding there.
I have to say, and obviously we've had the input, not all the time, but some of the time, of some of the players who've joined us on commentary, chiefly bowlers, it must be said, who've not been selected or out injured, what have you. And I thought Josh Shaw was quite, he was quite forceful yesterday when he said, "Would you like to see a no ball in red ball cricket as a free hit?" I thought, for somebody who's a bowler to say that was quite an interesting point.
He's a bright lad, Josh. That's hit firmly by Bethel, back to Tom Price.
And I just think it would increase the discipline of bowlers in red ball cricket if you knew there was a penalty for just being a bit sloppy.
Yeah, it certainly would. And Gloucestershire have had a no ball issue this season, haven't they? Certain bowlers have had various sort of no ball issues, and it's something that I can't stand because it's an absolute freebie. We've had some emails come in, and keep your emails coming into us over the day. We've had some emails overnight. Mark Hallowell said Tom Price looks a superb prospect. Mark, I've got to agree with you, but I think he's not even a prospect. I think he's for the here and now. I think he's oven ready, as Boris Johnson would say.
I don't think he's quite ready as a bat yet.
No, he's not quite ready as a bat. Well, Mark goes on, he's seen by many as the Ryan Higgins replacement. Can argue that he's out-bowled Higgins easily this season. 25 wickets in 7 games, averaging 21, while Higgins in 11 games took 28 wickets at 36.85.
Payne around the wicket to Alex Davis, and Mark Halliwell is not known as, quote, stats for nothing. That's his nickname to those who know him well.
Yeah, and Mark's been fantastic over the season.
That's because he's into stuff like that.
Yeah, but all these guys who've kept us company over the season, they've been wonderful, haven't they? People like Mark, Alex from Winterbourne, all the guys, Mike Cook, all those people from all around the world.
Payne again around the wicket. Just 2 slips for Davis. Where have they put those extra 2? Where have they put the extra fields in the outfield? I suspect he's got an extra cover and a mid-off. And Graham Van Buren here, he's got a fine leg and a third man. He doesn't want anything too cheap here, being frittered away in terms of advantage. Payne around the wicket, and Davis again lets that go. Quite a good carry again.
Got an email from a Warwickshire fan, Dan the Bear in Kennington. He's in deep as dark as South London there, I think. Unless there's a Kennington.
There might be a Kennington in Warwickshire, actually.
Kenilworth.
Kenilworth, definitely.
Yeah, but I think he's in the Oval territory. He said, following on from my email yesterday, without wanting to take anything away from Gloucestershire, have kept the pressure on extremely well.
Payne again around the wicket from the Ashley Down Road end, and Davis just dabs that into the offside. Half thinks about a single, but has never won there. And Chris Dent comes in.
He says,
very quickly,
the second innings of Warwickshire is a clear indication of what's wrong with them this season. I think he's sort of saying that, the flurry of wickets yesterday epitomises what's gone wrong there. Finally, Mark Hidger.
Mark from Madrid.
Yeah.
AKA.
Yeah. I'll come on to it after this ball from David Payne.
Payne around the what's pitched up. Davis didn't really go through with that. Would have really played a flamboyant off drive on another day, but this is only the 3rd over. He knows that Dent's a really good fielder there at point.
Enola Gay, we discussed it. Orchestral manoeuvres in the dark. Oliver Hannon Dolby, OHD, OMD. Do you know where the name Enola Gay comes from?
Oh no, he's going to be completely outdo me. Here's Payne in once more. Good line again, just drawing Davis forward.
Bit of history.
No, I don't know.
Bit of history. It was the name of the bomber that dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima.
Oh.
And it was the name of the pilot's wife. And Mark found it odd to hear this name so often today. So, we amuse ourselves, don't we?
I think I've got away with this for most of the summer. My computer has decided to do an update on the last day of the season.
No.
Really? It just doesn't quite sit. So we're only working off the main scoreboard and Dan's laptop at the moment in terms of absolute numbers. So we're fortunate to have the graphics. There they are. 78 is the lead.
Yeah, the bowling figures.
Just the 1 run I did this morning.
The bowling figures, Gloucestershire have just used the 3 bowlers, and here's one of them coming in. He's been the pick of them. Tom Price, 4 for 21 off 7 overs, with a couple of maidens chucked in as well. David Payne, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22. And Zafar, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 16.
He's going to have an important role again here today, you feel?
But yes, keep your emails coming in. We love hearing from you, wherever you are in the world. Tom Price. Pleasantly played by Bethel. This ball, now in its 18th over of the innings.
And there's been, obviously, you've generally... I don't know whether cricket would have gone to next week a lot in the last 30 years, but generally this would have been the last week of the season, I'm thinking.
Here's Tom Price, just angling now across.
Actually, it's been a lovely week to have. I mean, in terms of conditions. I mean, you're saying you're pushing the cricket to the extremities of the summer. there would have been a few days in May that were not as nice as this week.
No, I agree.
There hasn't been much play lost around the country this week.
I think it's pot luck, and you can sometimes get a decent April, and sometimes you can get a rubbish one, can't you? So, it's just luck of the draw. Tom Price beats Bethel outside the off stump. He's a good bowler. I've just voted for Tom Price. I'm a member of the Cricket Writers Club, which is, a group of journalists all around the country who write the game.
That's spoken and written, I think.
Spoken
Although it says
and
cricket writers, I think it's a bit wider than that.
Yep.
A few of our friends from the BBC circuit are in there. Martin Emerson.
I'll be dining on his table.
Stephen Lamb.
I'll be with my colleague Ed Seaborn. He'll be on that table.
Girdle, people like that.
Yeah, they'll be on that table. And Bethel defends.
So you voted him in what sense?
I voted Tom Price as Young Player of the Year in the whole of the county championship.
Right, okay. What's the age bracket for that?
Under 23.
Ah, right, okay. So we are talking.
So, but he wasn't even nominated, which I thought was rather strange. And I put him forward. Here he is. It's just angled across Bethel.
Yeah, it's gone away actually off the scene.
Yeah, it has. It's just angled across him.
It was started a bit too wide, probably.
So the MV Play Young Cricketer of the Year, you have to be under 23 when the 2022 cricket season started. So therefore born after April the 1st, 1999. And the names...
So would he qualify next year as well?
Not sure when his birthday is.
I'll check that.
The people in with a shout are Jordan Cox, Jack Haynes, he's had a good year at Worcestershire, he's a good player. Will Smead, but he's hardly played any red ball cricket. Ali Orr, Felix Organ, Rian Ahmed, Tom Hartley, Tom Laws and Tom Prest.
Paying that's at the off stump. Well, Tom ought to get in on the basis of his Christian name apart from anything else, oughtn't he? on that basis.
You don't want him to go to Somerset because they're going to have 4 Toms there. They've got Tom Banton, Tom Abel, Tom Lammonby, and they're going to have Tom Kohler Cadmore. They're going to have more Toms than the alleyway round the back of your house here.
Yeah, it's sort of popularity of names does go in phases, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Payne, Ashley down road end, and Davis at least rotates the strike for the first time with a little single out into the leg side. I keep seeing Dale's got one of those old-fashioned sweaters on today, so you can't see his squad number.
Yeah, talking of which, I saw that I think it was 2 years ago, no one was born in the UK who was christened with the Christian name of Gary. Gary seems to have gone out of fashion.
Yeah. Well, somebody said to me actually that on the extension of that, there were no Ians either.
Oh, really?
yeah. So there we are. Payne over the wicket to Bethel, who works him into the leg side, but again, nothing doing there.
And yet, I was having a chat with Martin Emerson, as we just discussed, and Durham have got a player called Stanley McAlinden, who I think his father works on the BBC, actually, doesn't he, from the Look North. But they've got a young lad there, he's a quick bowler, he's a good bowler. But you don't get many Stanleys. You don't sort of see many in the maternity hospital going, oh, here's my baby Stan.
No, different generation. Single off the pad, not a one off the bat, a leg by. The only 2 Stanleys I've ever known, I think I'm right in saying, one was in our extended family on my mother's side, and the only Stanley I've known in recent years is a Cocker Spaniel. Who is
Stan McCabe. He was a good player, Australian, wasn't he?
Absolute joy of a friend of my mother's. Payne in, almost went for the Yorker there, didn't quite get it full enough. And Davis defends. He's got 43 out of 61, Alex Davis.
Going on as other categories, the LV Insurance County Championship Player of the Year. and suggestions. Again, in no particular order. This has come from Will McPherson from the Evening Standard.
Payne around the wicket. And, Davis clips that off his pads. It was just a bit too leg side, and that will go all the way away to the Kennington Avenue side of the ground for 4. That's the first really loose ball that Payne's bowled this morning. The length and line have been pretty tidy, but that was just wide enough. Davis thought, right, there's no risk here at all, and he was onto it very quickly.
So, contenders: Jamie Overton, Sam Northeast, Matt Potts, Ben Compton, Keith Barker, Harry Brook, Shan Masood, Shea Pujara, or Cheteshwar Pujara, Ben Duckett, and Toby Rowland Jones. Where would your vote go there?
So I just reading that list quickly. I would have said Ben Compton.
Okay, most runs, yeah. Here's my vote for young player. And that's gone! Price has got Bethel. Price has got a fifer. Tom Price. Oh, he's making things happen. 65 for 6.
And Chris Dent with a sharp catch at third slip. It's quite low, that.
It was. He's been angling it across Bethel, hasn't he? And Tom Price is doing some serious damage here to the Warwickshire innings. And I tell you what, you take Alex Davis's 47 out of this total of 65, and it's looking miserable for the Bears.
Yeah, they were having their usual warm-up this morning. It all looked fairly sort of buoyant. But will they really? Do they really believe they can get enough runs here? Well, Danny Briggs is going to come out now at number 8, and this is probably the last partnership where Warwickshire can expect to get anything significant. I would have thought James might be able to give us a replay of that Price wicket in a moment, but Dent at third slip, and he's not had a lot of chances in the cordon. In this match, he's not always been fielding in the cordon, but when they've got more than 2 slips, he tends to join in, and this was a fine example of Price with 4 wickets last night, and now, I can say, completing the fifer.
This is 4th one, I believe, since he's come into the side in June, and what a good cricketer he is. You know, people talk about him being a prospect and one for the future. As I said, I think he's oven ready.
Well, here is Danny Briggs.
Briggs got 65 in the first dig, though, so he's a flinty player, isn't he? He's a good hard cricketer. Doesn't give it away easily. And they'll be needing every run here,
so,
Warwickshire.
I'd just say that this is his 3rd fifer, according to the note that I made at the start of the year. He had 2 before this match.
Price into him. Oh, that nearly sneaks through. Oh.
It doesn't need to be express pace, this, does it? It's because the pitch is doing enough that it will help you if you're just practicing good disciplines.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tom Price, he's not express, but he's not loopy either.
No, I get that.
He's brisk enough, and if you do the ball both ways like he does at the pace, you've got a chance. There he is into Briggs, who just nurdles that one out to David Payne at mid-on. Keith Barker got my vote, by the way.
Yeah, I think he would be as among the bowling group there. I would think Barker would probably be my top, because he makes runs as well.
Yeah,
handy runs in 8 or 9 where every batsman, if Fuller's in the team, really.
Price in. That's left alone by Briggs. And then the England player of the year, I think Johnny Bairstow will get that quite easily. he got my vote. And the emerging cricketer from the women's game of any age who's had a breakthrough season.
Well, Alice Capsey, I would think.
She won it last year.
Oh, won it last year? Well,
yeah.
She might win it again. Is she allowed to?
Names in the contenders: Freya Kemp, Sophia Smale, Grace Scrivens, Bess Heath. Here's Price. Oh, that just nips back.
I saw Grace Scrivens play in a game against the Western Storm last summer, and you thought, yeah, there's some definite ability in there if it's just pulled through, you know.
Yeah. Emma Marlowe and Grace Potts. Freya Kemp's got my vote.
Gloucestershire keeping Dent in at third slip.
Orders played on the up there by Briggs. Graham Van Buren trotting around from mid-off, getting his legs moving in the morning.
Price 5 for 21, and here's the wicket. Hopefully Chris Dent is actually in shot. He's just about in shot. That's a really good pickup.
Bethel, though, pushing at that. Hard hands. If he'd have played soft hands there, that would have finished short of Chris Dent. But he's pushed at it, and he's played it away from his head. He's played it not
and here's the wider angle view, just to see how good a pickup this is. Dent left-handed, of course, and that really helps, I think, there. Just gets the impression that the left-handed fielder in that situation that just gives him that little 5% extra chance of taking that. Payne around the wicket, clipped away by Davis again into the leg side. He'll pick up 1 and he will go to 48. Warwickshire's lead is fragile, I think, at 84. Doesn't have enough in it to really worry Gloucestershire at the moment, I would say.
So I'm going to have an 8p bet with you in.
How much?
8p.
8p?
Yeah. Tom Price 9 for.
Well, one of those mornings where you might not want to take the ball out of his hand. He might be switching ends and to allow Zaffer to bowl from that end.
Yeah, I think so.
We'll see. Payne in, and that's let go by Danny Briggs. If you're watching on the stream with the commentary quietly on in the background because you're still working. Davis is in the short sleeves, and Briggs with the long sleeves. Zaffer is prowling at extra cover there at the moment, just in case there should be a mistimed little clip in the air. That's kind of Chris Dent area, but Dent's in at third slip alongside Ollie Price and Jack Taylor, and Zaffer's like a man walking on hot coals out there at the moment. Short one from Payne, ducked underneath by Briggs.
Alex from Winterbourne, he's been in touch. He missed the entire day's play yesterday because he climbed Penny Van with the girlfriend who's currently upstairs aching with sore calf muscles. Well, Alex, too much information, mate. Too much information. He's having a lovely week off work. The point I'm making is I missed the score, and I can't believe relatively how well Glos are doing.
Payne over the wicket again. That almost gets to Bracey on the second bounce as Briggs lets it go.
Well, you better believe it, Alex, because Warwickshire are 66 for 6. The number of the beast. And they are indebted to Alex Davis's 48, who's got them there, because without that they would be in, as they say, Mark Knopfler, in dire straits.
Yeah. Davis resting on his bat as Briggs plays that again. Very late, very soft hands on the bounce into the slip cordon.
But without Davis's 48, the rest of the scorecard reads Rob Yates, bowled Payne 8, Dominic Sibley, LBW, Tom Price 0, Sam Hain, LBW, Tom Price 1. Will Rhodes caught James Bracey, bowled Tom Price 5. Jayant Yadav caught James Bracey, bowled Tom Price 0. Jacob Bethel caught Chris Dent, bowled Tom Price 3. Tom Price has got 5 for 21, Alex, and it's looking good. But cricket is a funny game, and Danny Briggs, he's a fighter, he's a scrapper, he's there. Alex Davis, he's a fighter, he won't give it away, he's there as well. So still could, they could have some twists and turns in this game. You never know.
At the moment, Price is on for a career best fifer.
Oh, that's nipped back from Price.
So he's not taken fivers economically as he has in this spell before.
And 5's his best. What's his do we know what his career best is?
5 for 58.
Was that in the game against Somerset last week? No, it was 5 for 75.
Yeah.
He was on for more, and he had a couple of drop catches off his bowling, didn't he?
So at the current rate of progress.
Here he is. Oh, that's hit Davis on the glove. Davis played that well, actually. But Tom Price getting rather excited. Oxfordshire lad.
Nick, I think was it Nick Friend did a piece in the Cricketer about the Charlesworth brothers, the Taylor brothers, and the Price brothers.
Right. Yeah, Nick Friend from North Middlesex Cricket Club. That one just goes through to Bracey.
And if you are a regular reader, either on the web or in print, of some of the regular writers in that particular publication, I think Nick strikes me as somebody who has worked hard to develop relationships at quite a few clubs, not all of them, because he doesn't geographically do them all.
Briggs defends,
but Gloucestershire is one of the sides where I think he's got a good relationships with people.
Well, they're a very accommodating club. Just to let you know, we're expecting news imminently out of the ECB regarding the new proposals to county cricket, and as soon as we've digested those, we'll keep you up to date.
Might take a while.
Tom Price. Oh, he's bowled him! Briggs, middle stump, castled. Tom Price has rearranged his furniture.
Tom Price has rearranged his career best bowling figures.
Yeah, certainly has.
6 for the first time.
That was spectacular. Nip back, and Briggs departs without scoring.
That's a delightful sight for any bowler, but particularly with a young man he probably wishes it was probably the end of May at the moment, and he's got the rest of the season ahead of him rather than it being the penultimate week. But 6 wickets in an innings for the first time for Tom Price, and he may not be finished here yet,
No. No, he's and good, because when it's your day, you need to maximise it, don't you? You need to get greedy. Same when you're batting as an opening batsman. Graham Gooch used to talk about a lot of opening batsmen, get to 30 and then you've got to go on and go big, because you can get bowled. You can have a good nut with your name on it early on, can't you? And as an opening batsman, you get your fair share of decent deliveries. But when you do get to 20, 30, then you have to go on and go big. And as Graham Gooch says, go and get your daddy hundreds.
Well, Warwickshire really are going to be scrabbling for every run now. Henry Brooks has come in at number 9, but I'm not sure Alex Davis has got much to bat with. I think Gloucestershire will feel that if they're chasing more than 130 from here, it'll feel too many. Not that it's just too many for them to get, but it's too many that they've let Warwickshire, tot up from a position where they've taken 2 wickets already in the first half an hour today.
Here's Price to Brooks. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through Brooks. That completes the over. 67 for 7.
Henry Brooks does have first-class 50s to his credit, but I suspect this is going to be trickier. And here's the wicket for Danny Briggs.
Oh, big gate. Nip back. But
look at the glare at the pitch from Briggs as he walks off.
Yeah, but he's left not so much a gate there, more a portcullis, as they say. So
Tom Price gets a good hand as he goes down in front of the club office. Spectators on that side of the ground. Now, can David Payne get in on the act here? Price has got 6 out of 7. Payne's got the other one, but again, it's a little bit leg side, and Davis turns it out to Singdale. So, yeah, I was going to say that Graham Van Buren was having a sort of a delicate balance in a way with the field, and he's still, I would say, he's cautiously attacking to Davis, but he's trying to put a bit more pressure on the lower order batsman. Slower ball from Payne.
Well bowled.
They're trying to deceive Davis again with the floater outside the off stump. But again, straight to Dent at point. So Jack Taylor and Ollie Price are the 2 slips. Dom Goodman's on the field. I think whether Zafar may have just gone off because Miles Hammond has got
backward point. Oh no, he's not. It's Dent.
Goodman's out there, so Hammond has gone into extra cover, which is where Zafar was fielding.
Yeah.
So I just wonder whether he's gone on to. Does he have fielding boots and bowling boots? I wonder. Has he gone off to change his footwear? Got a bit of banter in the field from the Gloucestershire players, unsurprisingly. And again, Davis lets that go. So 2 wickets this morning, both to Tom Price. Bethel caught its third slip by Dent, and then Danny Briggs clean bowled in the last over. Davis waits again for Payne, and that was coming back, and see Bracey tumbling away down the leg side to take that. It was a reasonable leave in the end, but Payne just straightens that line a little bit. Davis can't leave those. He's been forced to play them, but having bowled a couple on his pads, Payne just overcompensating a tad at the moment. You can be a bit too much in the offside, and Davis going to pinch a single. Dent's going to try and throw the stumps down at the non-strikers end. He doesn't get anywhere near it, and a good bit of backing up from Ajit Singh Dale. But Davis has pinched the strike, and he's got to 50.
Yeah, well batted.
50 out of 68.
75 balls as well. He's batted really well. He's actually showed a bit of guts, a bit of character, and well bad Alex Davis.
Now, the question is there anybody, and you probably think it's got to be Brooks, who can hang around with him? That's the debate. He's lost 2 men who might have done. More chat between Van Buren and Tom Price. Zafar's back on the field, I think. Hammond is still at extra cover, actually. So actually maybe he's not. So he's actually at deep square, so he's back on the field. Goodman's gone off again. Price hunting a 7th wicket.
Yeah, here he comes. Past Peter Hartley. Davis thinks about the single, but good sharp work there. Running around from his brother. Saves the run. Right, this has been released, but I'm just trying to see what's going on there. Maybe you can have a look in whilst I...
Yeah, you describe what's going on, Dan. That's more important.
Yeah. Price approaching the stumps. A little bit of extra bounce there. Davis.
I will just say that Hampshire are now 6 down at the Aegeus Bowl. They still need another 255 to beat Kent. And Northants are 212 for 7 against Somerset, so they need 27 to avoid the follow-on. And there was some chat last night I saw that suggested that Somerset probably wouldn't enforce that, even if they had the option to.
Bryce. In, and Davis runs that one down to Ben Charlesworth,
Partly
down a
because
third.
They want to give Overton C a day with his feet up.
Yeah, there's some big games next week, aren't there? Surrey, Lancashire at Old Trafford. Wow, that's a biggie. Somerset v Kent at the bottom. Gloucestershire v Yorkshire. Tom Price will like a bowl up on that wicket as well, I think.
Yeah, so let's just go to the proposal, as you say. And it says the number of championship matches could be cut from 14 to 10 with a first division of 6 teams.
Price in. Brooks hits that one firmly to mid-on.
The High Performance Review suggests dedicated windows for the One Day Cup, the Blast and the 100. Andrew Strauss quoted as saying, "We must be open-minded to change. The revised schedule will allow a greater balance between red and white ball cricket.
Really?
Apparently easing the strain on players' workloads and
Defended
better
by
compete
Brooks.
with franchise T20 competitions such as the IPL. It says under the proposals, the start of the season would move from April to May. This is the county championship, so they've run a month and run continuously throughout the summer months rather than being split between the start and end, with teams playing a minimum of 10 matches. There will be 2 second division conferences of 6 with 1 promotion place decided by a playoff.
Defended.
The one
that would
day
be from 2024, wouldn't it? Yes, it would.
Just wait a second.
Yep.
I'll complete the proposals first. The One Day Cup would take place in a single block in April and include minor counties in a knockout format. The T20 would reduce from 14 to 10 and be played in a single block between the end of May and the end of July. The 100 would be the only white ball competition to take place in August, with first-class cricket festivals offering specialist red ball players not competing in that competition the chance to play extra matches. Any changes would have to be agreed by 2/3 of the counties. The ECB hope to have a final decision by November with a view to implementing it for 2024. So that's a cut in red ball cricket and a cut in T20 cricket as well, and a cut in the white ball. That's absolutely.
I can't see 12
savage.
counties. I can't
that is
see
savage, isn't
I
it?
can't see 12 counties voting for that. I don't see how you can grow the game by shrinking it. That's what I can't see.
So Ajit Singh Dale on for the first time to replace David Payne, and he's bowling to Alex Davis, who just nudges a single out into the offside. Here, just to recap, there's the position on the bottom of your screen in short format. Warwickshire started the day 58 for 5. They've lost today Jacob Bethel and Danny Briggs, both to Tom Price. This is Dale's first bowl in this second innings. He took a wicket actually with his last ball in the first innings, if you remember, because he almost looks as if he was going to cramp up, bowled the last ball of that over.
Yes, he did.
And actually took a wicket and then didn't bowl again.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
So what can he do here now? 3 slips Henry Brooks to face him for the first time. Brooks goes down the ground, or attempted to. He clothed it a bit, and it's gone straight to David Payne at mid-off.
If the objective of the 100 is to try and get more people into the game of cricket, by reducing the amount of games that potentially kids can see, I'm not sure how that works. I'm sure.
I'll just do some,
I might be wrong.
Yeah, just do some maths in a minute. I may have discussed this late yesterday. Brooks, he's got that into the air, but it's safe. Going towards Ben Charlesworth, who's at square leg. He's got a square leg and a mid-on, but nobody at what you might call orthodox mid-wicket. And that was just where Brooks lofted that. And I wonder whether Charlesworth might be... He hasn't got a man out at deep mid-wicket, Singdale, unsurprisingly, at this stage. But I wonder whether Charlesworth might come a bit straighter to see if Brooks plays that shot a second time. Oh, he's got to clip that away. He's found the gap there, and that will go away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
That was a shot. That was touch of the Vivian Richards about that.
And he's only got 2 men on the leg side, though, Singdale. So as Brooks felt, well, that's a pretty free area out there. Get something on it, it'll go.
Be interesting to see what the fans think. Let's. So
let me just do the maths on this. Go on. If we're going from 14 first-class games, 7 at home,
yeah.
So you have 28 days of home championship cricket.
Yeah.
You have 7 days at the moment of T20, and you have 4 days in the Royal London. Yeah. That is 39 days at the moment.
Plus there's always a warm-up and a
okay,
minor
let's call
game.
it 39. The championship would go from 28 to 20. The T20 would go from 7 to 5. And the Royal London, where if it's a knockout and you get drawn away and get beat and were beaten first time, you end up with 4-0. Here is Singdale in, and Brooks again works that off his hip down to deep square, where again Charlesworth is the fielder. So you could go potentially from 39 days home cricket to 25.
Yeah. Our membership's going to be reduced accordingly. Probably not. Are the players going to take a pay cut? Probably not.
That is a savage drop.
Yeah. I can't see. I mean, these views don't. These are my own personal views, and they don't represent Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Yep. But I can't see that if you are not a 100 venue, how you can vote for this.
So Davis now back on strike. Slight change in the field. They've gone to a slip and a gully now for Davis, just for that dab shot he's been playing out on the offside, and Singdale bowls him a bouncer which goes over his head.
Yeah, they want to keep Brooks at the other end for Price to have a go at. So good cricket there from Gloucestershire. Be interesting to see what the fans think. Drop us a line to commentators. There's the bowling figures, 6 for 23, Tom Price, pick of them. But drop us a line to commentators at glosscc.co.uk. There it is.
Just to say, just a comment here from the BBC Sports editor Dan Rowan. It is impossible to keep everyone absolutely content, he said. But what I would say is we have heard universally that the status quo is suboptimal. People want a different solution, and that is what we have provided. This is from Andrew Strauss to the BBC. I'm hopeful the game is going to come together and see the advantages. My job is to talk to a lot of chairmen over the coming days and weeks and hopefully move things forward. Let's just say this is the start point for the debate.
Yes.
I think that's what we can say. This is the start point. We may end up somewhere in the middle rather than what we have now and what Strauss would like. And maybe that's the thing. You give people the worst possible scenario, and when they end up with something better, that is where you think you want it to be, then perhaps everybody feels they've got a little bit of gain out of it. Tom Price has been taken off, and Zafar is going to be into the attack, but Price has taken 2 wickets this morning and he's got 6 in the innings now.
Yeah. Interesting. I think, obviously I'm not on social media at the moment because I'm working on this game, but I should imagine it's a bloodbath on there. Zaffa in, Brooks defends.
Two slips and a short leg for him.
I should imagine Twitter is absolute carnage at the moment, can you?
Yeah, Davis still the only man in double figures in this Warwickshire card.
Yeah, Zaffa in, a little bit of turn.
The highest score is 5. Apart from
8. Yates got 8.
Oh, Yates got 8. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I've just gone down the. Yes, Yates got 8.
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Big deal.
Ian Randall. Brooks punching that to point.
I mean, I've played in a few second 11 games where some of our cards are a bit like that.
See that one at Leicester the other week? Do you see Leicester the other week? They were all out for 93. I'll come on to it after this ball. Defended. They were all out for 93. Sam Evans opening up for Leicester. 50 not out. Yeah, carried his bat.
Yeah.
17 extras. And yeah, it's grim reading. Grim reading for the you foxes up there. Zaffa floated, tossed up a little higher, played out to Hammond at mid-off.
Tom Price, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 23.
Roman Buren's just moved himself out to deep mid-wicket. So there's going to be a little gap on the onside. Perhaps they want to feed Brooks. They want to have a bowl mainly at Brooks rather than Davis. Oh, that's well bowled. Good take from Bracey as well. Good hands. I tell you what, James Bracey's wicket keeping has got much better in the last 8 weeks, I'd say. I think he struggled a little bit.
And is that because he's actually strange in this light of what we've been talking about? Is that because he's fresher and he's not playing as much cricket?
Possibly.
You know, he's only playing, if he's been playing white ball games, he's been keeping for 50 overs only.
Yeah, or he hasn't been out in the field for 130, 140, which we saw at the start of the season. Gloucestershire struggling to bowl sides out, and
that was one of the points that Josh Shaw made yesterday. I think that if you're having blocks of games in the Championship, you probably don't want more than 3 in a row without a break. Ajit Singh Dale in again from the Ashley Down Road end. There'll only be 1 out there to. Well, there would have only been 1. Ben Charlesworth came in. They just think Charlesworth didn't return the ball, and they were sort of enticing Warwickshire to say, "Oh, come on then! If you want to take a second, I'm going to run one of you out." But there was no interest in that whatsoever. 95 the lead, 3 wickets in hand. Doesn't feel like a match-winning lead, that, but we've had a couple of funny games this week already. Singh Dale again. That's almost got through Henry Brooks's defence, but I say he does have 4 first-class 50s, Brooks, which is not bad in 26 matches. So he does have a little bit about him. You feel he could hang about potentially. Somebody's got to. Northants within 13 of the follow-on at Taunton, inching their way towards it. Singdale again.
Quote from George de Bell in The Cricketer about this proposal. While there is much within it that is reasonable, there is also much within it which threatens the viability of the 18-county system.
And, of course, if you're only going to have 6 teams at the top table, there'll be more than 6 teams that feel they ought to be there. That's always a nice delivery.
Do you know what I think is...
And just to extrapolate on that point, just for a little bit. In the round ball game that is played for 10 months of the year, the TV deal for the EFL teams is very heavily weighted towards the Championship. They get the far bigger slice of the cake than the size in League One and League Two. And you can bet your last pound in your pocket that none of those teams ever think they will be in the bottom three. Here is Sindale again, turned away on the leg side, and they'll get one to Chris Dent. And therefore that they never think they will lose that big slice of TV revenue.
No.
And then when they drop out of that division, they are stamping their feet because they haven't got that share.
Yeah.
And in the same way, there are probably at least 8 teams that feel they should be in that first 6 if we end up with a 6.
Yeah.
And 8 into 6 doesn't go.
No. Picking the bones out of this, and I haven't really had a massive amount of time to digest it, but I think the sticking point with this is going to be, I'll come on to this after this ball because I think it's an important point.
Slip on a gully for Davis as Singdale bowls to him, and we scooped that over gully and down to the boundary for 4. It was just short enough that he felt that without a third man there was room to play that, and he got it safely away down to the third man. There's the lead. It is now at 96. It's actually 100, isn't it? Because it's 81 plus 19.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Over the last 15-20 years, the goose, or the golden egg that's been laid by the goose in county cricket has been the Vitality Blast. I cannot see counties reducing their cash cow of T20 cricket, which is what this is going to be. And I really it's been the lifeline for, a lot of clubs. You look at sort of Leicestershire, Northamptonshire, those clubs, even Gloucestershire to a certain extent, and I can't see them wanting a reduction in that. Here's Zafar Kahar. Well bowled. Brooks defends it.
I think that is a fair point. A very fair point, Dan.
I just can't see it. I just can't see. Oh, that's gone. That's a decent hit there by Brooks. Gone all the way for 6. And we've got another Warwickshire batsman into double figures. Brooks goes to 12 with that. What a good smote.
Yeah, so I wonder if his attitude is, well, there's probably a ball there with my name on it, and that's what Jack Taylor did yesterday.
Yeah.
So let's try and counter-attack. Just checking the ball is okay, but Gloucestershire, can you keep the mid on and mid off up to encourage him to keep going for those?
Short and wide from Zafar, and punched into the offside
He's a
by
tall
Brooks.
figure, Henry Brooks, too, isn't he? So if the levers do connect, it's going to
He's a big
go a
boy.
long way.
He's a big boy. Zafar into him. Defends. Yeah, I mean, if someone said to you, because the Vitality Blast is probably the second highest source of income for counties behind the 1.3 million inducement for the 100, of which I believe that there is no deal past 2025 regarding that. Oh, that's a short and wide. Brooks goes cutting.
Again, one of the conversations last night was that that this person had read the article from George Doyle yesterday and said that it's not index linked.
No, it's
either.
not. No, it's not. But if someone wanted to reduce we're freelancers, yeah. Tucked away by Brooks. He's going to get
3, I would think.
3, I'd say. Davis is quick, scampers back, and they do pick up 3. Moves the score on to 90. If someone wanted to reduce your second biggest source of income, you wouldn't be overly happy about it, would you?
I think you'd certainly want to pick up the phone and have a meeting with them about it.
You'd want to discuss the matter. You want to debate the point, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, here, Warwickshire are probably taking... Are they taking this in 10s, do you think? Every 10 we can get?
Possibly.
Just gives us a little bit more of a chance. Gloucestershire equally must be aware that you feel this ought to be the last pair that would pose significant threat to them.
Just a quickie, we had an email from Tom.
Singdale in, and Brooks defends. This is Tom from Rainstop Play Inspection at 3.
Yeah, not Tom Banton, Caleb Cadmore, Abel, or Lammonby, or Price. But he's discussing Tom Price, and he's saying, talking of stands, Stan Cullymore, not Stan Collymore, Stan Cullymore of House Martins fame lives round the corner from me. Lovely chap, though officially his first name is Ian. We certainly enjoyed a happy hour last night. Maybe there could be another one this morning after Tom Price's wicket. What a good way to be, Tom.
Brooks stands tall again, and Singdale just back of a length. Fields off his own bowling. Yes, I mean, I think that there will be a lot of debate now. I mean, but at least the proposals are out. And there's been a lot of speculation about what would they be, but now they're out, you can actually start having a meaningful discussion about, who might accept what bits of it, and who might not. And I say it'd be interesting to see if it actually is splittable. Singdale in, and Brooks again defence. So the concept of a knockout Royal London type competition, quite a few people have sort of talked about that. The question is, you'd have to add probably 14 minor counties to make it 32. That's the number that works, obviously, unless you're having buys in the first round for certain teams.
Yeah, you would. I mean, my view of that, if you make it a knockout, final's got to be at Lord's, and pricing has got to be decent. Apparently when Gloucestershire got there, it was 50 quid a ticket.
Singdale, Brooks, that's on the leg stump, and it's gone past Ben Charlesworth's dive at square leg, and it will race away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
You wonder why, Trent Bridge wasn't the best of crowds last week, was it, for the game
9,000, I think, the final?
Between Lancashire and Kent, yeah. I mean, if you made that at Lord's at, say, 25, 30 quid a ticket, you get a full house at Lord's.
I gather that you could buy a £25 ticket for that final
at Trent Bridge.
And I would suggest you had a good day's cricket for your £25.
A lot went up from Kent for that as well, and I think they were sort of united with the Lancs fans.
Singdale again to Brooks, who's not been afraid to put back to ball here.
No, he looks a good player. James Rose been in touch on the email saying, great listening. Proposed schedule is terrible. Short-sighted ECB need to protect the game, not destroy it, by prioritising the 100 to the detriment of everything else. I was asked about this last night by Paul Ross on TalkSport, 2 o'clock in the morning. That's why I've got rather bloodshot eyes today, but had a little chat about it on TalkSport, and
the other platform that you can hear Dan waiting on. Singdale to Brooks, and again that's leg side enough that he can whip it off his pads down to David Payne in front of the small scoreboard. And just wonder whether Singdale's not offering Graham Van Buren the control that he wants at the moment. He's not for 17 in only 2 overs, so it might be that this is a shorter spell. You might see perhaps Tom Price coming back at this Ashley Down Road end. Zafalos to continue at the moment from the pavilion end. We've had an hour's cricket this morning. Gloucestershire have taken 2 wickets, and 36 have been added by Warwickshire.
Chris Budd, good email. Point 1. Andrew Strauss is leading a review of the elite element of cricket. This seems bonkers to me. How can you review only one element of the game and ignore the effect on all the other areas of the game? This review by Strauss is flawed in its very conception. Yeah, I mean, there are about 16, 17 points in his review, but I'm with you there, Chris.
Well, so Chris has made 16 or 17?
No. He's just made the 2, and very good points they are too. And point 2, this being the start point, and he goes back to what you said there, Ian, is about sort of, a bit of give and take. My 18-year-old daughter had a curfew of 11 o'clock. If she wanted to stay out till midnight, she'd tell me she'd be back at 2. I'd say, you're not staying out till 2, my girl. You'll be back by midnight. The proposals are deliberately controversial. Here's Zaffer going over the wicket to Brooks. Brooks kicks it away. The proposals are deliberately controversial so that they can row back on some and still get much further than would otherwise have been acceptable. Good email, Chris. We like it.
So Zaffer's doing what Dan said Danny Briggs shouldn't do yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, Brooks plays at that one, even though it pitched outside leg stump.
And I've got my... Oh, that is Chris's email. Apologies.
I'm sure they'll keep flowing over the day. Leeds now 113. Oh, that is nearly poked towards Ben Charlesworth there. At short leg. Brooks kicks it away. Lovely moment last night with the families of the players outside there, and a little chat to Ajit Singh Dale's other half, and Chris Dent was out there with one of his youngsters, and it was a really lovely moment. It goes to show what a lovely family club it is here at Gloucestershire. Brooks kicks that one away, and also some of the families have been very nice to me as well. On in my first year here in BS7, Kevin Taylor and his wife have been involved on Twitter. They've been lovely. Graham Charlesworth been involved.
Should add something else that
Bridget Dent, Chris's grandmother. Zaffer's gone back round the wicket now, but bowls short and wide. Ball goes out. David Payne does the fielding out in the deep.
I should say that something else that Gloucestershire did actually launch, I think this morning. They're going to do a ballot for 25 life memberships. Packages available for supporters aged under 40 and up to the age of 65 plus. So presumably at different rates depending on how old you are.
Well, that's us out.
It's quite a broad band there. But I say it will be a ballot effectively at a discounted rate, which I think is fair enough. You've got to be careful to your other members that you don't make it seem as if they're not getting value. So it's a limited number. It's almost like a raffle, effectively.
Yeah.
For 25 life memberships, depending on different packets. Graham Van Buren has had enough of Ajit Singh Dale's short stuff getting put away to the boundary. David Payne's back, and I'm not surprised. Now, maybe Singh Dale had a bit of cramp on the first evening, but I think that was just the fact that he just wasn't tidy enough. 113.
Yeah, I think he's bowled very well though since his return to the side edge. I think he's a really good prospect. I think he offers something a little bit different to this attack, a little bit of extra pace.
Payne in, and bat and pad close together from the tall figure of Brooks. Northants have saved the follow-on at Somerset. They're still 7 down, but 242 for 7. Kent still need 4 wickets at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire 144 for 6, but they still need 234.
Who's coming down with Gloucestershire?
And we say that because mathematically now Gloucestershire cannot escape. Payne also on leg stump. Brooks getting quite a long way across, almost Sibley-esque there, and they're going to come back for 2. 1 on the arm. It's a direct hit from out there in the deep. Tom Price with the throw. James Bracey let it go, and it went straight onto the stumps, but Henry Brooks was back for 2.
Tom Price got the Midas touch. Everything he touches turns to gold.
Yeah, he won't be, he'll be catching steeplers in the outfield before the end of the day if he's having one of those where everything seems to be going for him. Payne staying over the wicket, and Brooks again works that off his pads, and a tumbling dive from Charlesworth keeps them down to a single. Dent's going to come out of that slip cord now. I think that's like, the horse may not have bolted out of the stable, but he's got his head over the halfway door at the moment, I think, with Brooks, and he's just trying to stop him just picking up runs on that leg side.
Yeah, this partnership just becoming a little bit of a thorn in the Gloucestershire side here. Scores up to nearly 100, and the lead is now 119. And if that goes over, you know, another 50 runs, Warwickshire are in with a shout.
Payne around the wicket to Davis, who's not had much of the strike in recent overs. But Brooks is doing what Danny Briggs did in the first innings. He's threatening to hang about. And if he does hang about, as he's see by getting to 24 already, I know your graphic on the bottom of the screen doesn't say as such, but he's got 24, and Davis steers another single here, down towards Zaffer at third man. They won't take one on the arm. He's in front of the mound stand. Not all that many in the mound stand today, but 100 up for Warwickshire in their second innings. It doesn't seem much, but they've battled hard to get there, and they are 100 for 7, and Davis has got 58 of those, in fact, and Brooks has got 24, so as you can see, nobody else very many.
No. Batted well, Davis. Been impressed with him.
Playing again to Brooks, and again it's just leg side enough that he's going to pick up another couple. The Payne's line is just, it's probably, you know, it's probably a stump width too much leg side at the moment. And the what movement he's getting in the air is just needs to be just adjusted a little bit, because Brooks is picking those off on leg stump and totting up this Warwickshire total.
Yep, they've either bowled the wrong length in Ajit this morning, or the wrong line, David Payne, and just need to be a little bit careful here, Gloucestershire, because
121 the lead.
Warwickshire are starting to eke out.
And I say apologies for the graphic not updating, and that's probably the graphic runs from a company called Opta, and I suspect that theirs may have frozen for some reason, and therefore apologies for the board does not give you the accurate score.
Zafar Gahar, the best slow left armour by far. Here he comes from the pavilion end. As that's played into the offside by Alex Davis.
And whether you made this point yesterday when Jack Taylor was batting against Yadav, he played a couple of, or more than a couple, of explosive shots and forced Warwickshire to change the field, go a bit more defensive, and then he started picking up the singles. I wonder if Brooks is kind of mentally doing this as well.
Tossed up. We've got more emails coming. Do you want to? You go through them. I'll hold the fort, Ian. On ball there from Zaffer, just goes on. Brooks equal to it though, punches it out into the offside.
So Dan the Bear in Kennington is the one by the oval, he says.
Bandit country down there. Brooks forward defensive.
He says, I'm still going through the report, but I do like the proposal to trial the use of kookaburra balls in the championship. I don't doubt the skill of medium pacers who take hatfuls of wickets, but making it harder for seamers can only be a good thing in my view.
Oh, that's nearly got through Brooks. He just jams the bat down, plays it late, squirts away through mid-wicket for a single. Bracey, he knows. We know. I think Henry Brooks probably knows.
The lead up to 123.
Zafar. Davis defends. Bracey comes round. That's the end of the over. 104 for 7.
That's right. Just try and rattle through these emails then. Mark Halliwell says, I agree with much of what you, that's Dan and I, say about the proposal. Smaller counties, those without the 100 and international cricket, are not going to vote for less cricket. But something has to give somewhere. I'm just glad I am not trying to work it out. The festival concept is an interesting one. A game at Cheltenham between Gloucestershire and Somerset, or Gloucestershire and Worcestershire, Warwickshire, would be an interesting prospect. Regarding stands, as we were discussing earlier on, Gloucestershire have one in their academy, a bowling all-rounder called Stan Brown, who he believes is linked to Cheltenham Cricket Club. Regards, Mark. And there's a longer one from Adam in Morton Marsh, which I'll try and get to during this David Payne over. In fact, I'll start it now. He said, with no change not being an option, I would support the following as a GCCC member. 10 championship matches, yes, as long as 2 were still played at Cheltenham. But I don't like the playoff idea. The winners of the 2 second divisions should both be promoted. I think I'd go with that too. Blast reduced to 10 matches in a season played on a Friday alongside the championship. A calculated yes. The 50 over competition played as a knockout, no, he says. Payne in and Brooks defends. This could mean no home 50 over cricket if you went out in the first round. I would keep this in August as now, but look to make it 10 group games so each county has 1 home match a week in August. The final must be at Lords. I have no interest in a first class competition between 2 manufactured sides. In return, I would want the 1.3 million for the counties to get to be uplifted. Turned away by Brooks into the leg side, and Dent makes a good stop. There's always one there though in any case. Uplifted to 1.5 million and guaranteed until 2028, and only for those counties who don't host the 100 matches. It's unfair that some teams make money from hosting the 100 and get the It's unfair that some teams would make money from the 100 and get the uplift. That's my compromise. I would rather none of this happen, but no change is not an option. So I'll just pick up on that in a moment, Adam. Thank you for
email. Great email.
Great email. Here is Payne in, and Davis just about keeps that out with a combination of bat and pad. Ian Botham, I think, was somebody who said he would go for 10 matches in each format, and that is what Adam is going for. So you're slightly extending the Royal London.
Yeah.
You're slightly reducing the T20, but the compromise is that you've got a Friday night hit for them on a regular basis. And okay, you are reducing the championship, but he's saying that you must have the festival games at Cheltenham to keep that.
The only thing I disagree there with Adam is why doing nothing is not an option. Why do we have to always change things? Why do we always have to tinker with things? But it's a great email. It really is.
It's interesting that his view is of a 10-10-10.
Yeah.
Payne around the wicket to Brooks, short, and he ducks underneath it. He's a tall young man.
I'm a big fan of
Henry Brooks, 23.
I'm a big fan of Royal London. Massive fan of it. I like it. I like it as a competition, and we're world champions at it.
People who grew up watching the 60 over Gillette and the 55 over B&H like the concept that a side can rebuild an innings from 20 for 3 in a long white ball game. 2 steps still for Payne, staying round the wicket to Brooks, who tries to smash that past Zafar Gahar and does get it past him at extra cover, and it will go all the way for 4.
That's a lovely shot. Yeah, I mean, I think also from a paying customer's point of view, you get a full day's cricket, you get 100 overs in a day, which is more than you get in the county championship, theoretically. And I'm a massive fan of the competition. Huge fan.
Hampshire 7 down. now at the Ageas Bowl. Let's just see who. They still need 221 to win, and it's James Vince and James Fuller are the not out batsmen, and it's just Abbott and Abbas to come. So Kent
blowing the title at Southampton.
Well,
bit
not
like
only
Kevin Keegan's side did in the 80s.
Not only, imagine he blowing the title at Southampton, but Kent blowing the relegation scrap wide open potentially.
Yeah. Warwickshire could be here as well, because 110 for 7. They're eking out.
129 is the lead at the moment.
Yeah, it's this game could go and go and go. Here's Zafar to Davis. Plays that one square. Jack Taylor out backward point.
And I have to say, I made the comment earlier that I thought if Gloucestershire were chasing more than 130, given where they were when they were 67 for 7.
Here's Zafar. Oh, is that an LBW? It is! Davis has gone! He's got some bat on that, but he looks like he's been adjudged pad first. Let's have a look what's happened here. It was a full ball. It's a full ball.
Davis dragged himself away.
He's not happy here. I was just thinking, is it Jack Taylor the man here? Because he makes things happen. But Davis goes for a really good 60.
Doesn't want to go, mind you. He's walking off very slowly.
And they needed that. 53, that partnership. No, 43.
43, I was just going to say.
Yeah. 43, that partnership. And the hosts really needed that one, because they were just starting to make life difficult, weren't they? We can't see a replay, unfortunately.
We may get it by the end of the over, but that's an important innings for Warwickshire from Alex Davis. And now I wonder whether Brooks will feel that he's got to attack a bit, because Alan Dolby is capable, I suppose, of defending it. There's got to be a bit of marshalling of the strike here if Warwickshire are going to get anywhere near probably the 170 that they want. Even I suppose even 150 might be awkward.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they haven't got enough yet, you would feel.
Just whilst Ryan Sidebourne or Hannon Dolby's about to take strike. Dan, who's a Warwickshire supporter, he's loving the commentary. Some wise words being spoken. Not many people have said that about us on the stream this year, Dan, so thank you very much. Quick point in the One Day Cup, I think adding more teams, good idea. Minor counties, or national counties they are now. More teams, more locations, can only be good for the game, with more exposure to potential new fans. However, like you said earlier about being drawn away and losing renders the above useless. Maybe smaller groups of around 4 teams is the way forward. In addition, as member of the union, I have to say James Bracey is a brilliant wicket keeper. Only 25 years of age and will still get better. I think he'll definitely take the gloves for England again at some point in the future. Dan, thanks very much, mate. Excellent email. Here's Zafar Gahar. Oh, that's a strange defensive shot from Hannon Dolby there.
Well, he got bowled playing back, didn't he, in the first innings? So I wonder if he's going to go a long way forward here.
This brings Ben Charlesworth into play at short leg. Oh, that's another strange. Well, no, he actually comes down with the bat straight. By the time he's actually playing the ball, the bat is straight, but it comes down on the perpendicular. Oh, that's gone past first slip. That's going to run away for 4 runs, I think. Down below us. And certainly does. 114.
Interesting footwork from Hannon Dolby.
Yes.
That's what you'd say. It looks to be very much his own method here.
It's like watching you on the dance floor.
Oh, it's not watching me bat. There is a longer email from Mark, which I might try and get to during the next over as well. I don't know which Mark that is. We've had a few in touch today, but it concerns various things we've mentioned this morning. 133 the lead.
Is Affa. Oh, that's nearly got Charlesworth into play. Just pokes up. Charlesworth's quite square there at short leg, and that was more of a silly mid-on. It'd have been down his throat. Here's the LBW. There is bat involved, but Peter Hartley there, adjudging Davis, has got boot first before the bat, and Davis.
Let me have another look at that.
Yeah, not overly happy with the decision.
Even if it's got to come at the end of the next over, James. I wonder if you can perhaps. We'll leave him so he can get to that at the end of the next over, possibly even in a slow motion if we could. If he can't do that, well, normal pace we'll have to do.
Here we go. Here it is.
Here's another look at this. I can't see where I
think it's flicked the boot before going onto the bat. Yeah, I think so.
But it's hard to tell.
But if it has, then has Davis got his foot outside the line, possibly? I don't know. It depends. It's hard to tell from here, it really is.
The umpires only see it once.
Yeah.
Tom Price is going to return to the attack. He's got 6 wickets already. He's going to try and finish this innings off. Henry Brooks is facing him and defending. So to Mark's email, those of us who are a little older remember the Gillette and NatWest. He says it was a knockout shown on the BBC. It had a Lord's final with tickets that you couldn't be obtained for love or money. They were so oversubscribed. In its best years, it was extended to the minor counties who qualified the previous season, and the county board 11s, that is made up of recreational players. You got games like Yorkshire against Yorkshire board 11, he said. Tom Price running away from us and almost played on by Brooks. He didn't know where that had gone. In the end, on the bounce off a bottom half of the bat out on the leg side, fielded by Chris Dent. Games had meaning because if you lost, you were out. As a result, fans turned up to watch in large numbers, and I know I was one of them. The counties also got big paydays out of it. What is wrong with reviving this treasure of a competition? People loved it. And that second point is regarding the red ball matches, I'll come to after this delivery from Price, and again defended by Brooks. As regards red ball cricket, Mark says there has been so much talk over the years that there are too many first-class counties, and this is one of the ways that it can be achieved by stealth, by reducing income so counties go to the wall, as Kent and Gloucestershire nearly did a few years ago. Remember when our playing staff was just 13 players and we had to rely on amateurs to put out an 11? He forcefully goes on, but after this delivery from Price, and James Bracey thinks that there's a nick there, and the umpire also does, and Brooks has to go. He's had a long look at the umpire. Brooks also has to drag himself away, and Gloucestershire are nearly there in terms of bowling Warwickshire out. Brooks has done really well here, but even the slips were up early, and there finally is the decision, and Tom Price has 7 in the innings, and Warwickshire are 9 down, and their lead is only 133. We've had a couple of decisions in the last couple of overs, Warwickshire, that they're none too happy about.
Yeah, I wonder if that's... I think Brooks has counsel for Henry Brooks' defence here. QC for Henry Brooks. I wonder if he feels that it may be flicked to the top of his pad, possibly.
Well,
but, you know, hey.
Umpire's decision is final. They only see it once.
Yeah.
We get the opportunity to have a look at it on a screen as you do at home.
And I thought,
a second time.
I thought, Danny Briggs got, I think, the rub of the green, possibly in the first innings during his 65. One was gloved down the leg side. So, you know.
So last pair together. I think a bit of a throw of the bat situation here for Warwickshire. Just to complete Mark's email, he says when when this need to reduce the counties is discussed, Gloucestershire are always one of the first names mentioned as a side that should be amalgamated into a proper team, along with 4 or 5 other habitual inmates of Division 2. Hopefully Gloucestershire will see where this is going and will not be turkeys voting for Christmas. Robinson defends. I looked at the Life membership package today. I'm an Exile Life member. Mark says the chances that one of the few remaining championship games would fall on a date when I'm in the UK to see it is getting smaller. I used to get to games whenever I was in the UK, but now there's rarely a game when I'm around, so a membership package looks increasingly unattractive. I therefore must assume that is Mark from Madrid. He doesn't sign himself as such, but I guess that's him. The last paragraph gives it away. Robinson again defends.
Yeah.
What chance of Tom Price getting an 8 here?
Well,
7 at the moment.
He's absolutely stunning.
And he is 7 for 23 he's got. And there is that card dominated by the name Tom Price.
If you're making a cup of orange squash, Ian, yeah, I know you like your orange squash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barley generally, but
barley.
Yeah.
If you put more of the concentrate in,
yeah,
it would get stronger.
Yeah.
If you put less in,
yeah,
it would get weaker.
Yeah. The taste is not as good.
There's Mark's point.
The taste is not as good. So do you think, Dan, that our 80-20 call on the match being over today is about right?
I think it's gone 99-1.
Zaffer trying to finish it off. I wonder what... So if you've got numbers 10 and 11 together, I don't see an awful lot of point in them sort of just trying to hang about. I think they'll try and play a few shots, get what they can as quickly as they can and get bowling.
Yeah, Zaffer's going to come in from the pavilion end. Oh, that's...
thank you, by the way, for Mark's email, and also Dan, who's the Warwickshire supporter. He was the one who mentioned about James Bracey being a brilliant wicketkeeper at age 25.
Yes, some really good emails this morning.
Yeah, unsurprisingly.
Zaffer in. Hannon Dolby goes sweeping.
Well, Yadav and Brooks, I think, in particular, are going to have to bowl very well if Warwickshire can have a chance in this game. Dan and I were discussing before play started that
it's going to rain this evening.
Not this evening. Yes, quite.
About 5.
5?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the forecast has changed.
It said 8 o'clock when I looked over the porridge this morning.
Yeah, well,
Gloucestershire may look at that as a kind of a reason to really attack when they come to bat.
Zaffer in, tossed up, driven to Chris Dent there, extra cover.
7 for 23 in 12 overs, 5 maidens for Tom Price at the moment.
Oh, and that's edged, falls just short of Jack Taylor, who's very close in. In fact, he's actually got a helmet on at second slip. He's not quite doing... Did it carry? Let's have a look. It was a sharp chance. Here's Zaffer. In, defended. Yeah, I wonder if that did carry. I mean, it's very tough when you're in there for the prod. He's not quite doing a Trescothic on his knees there at second slip, but defended.
The rule that you generally, it's not a written rule obviously, but the general view is that the slip would start with the hands on the floor and find it easier to come up to get the ball rather than to go down to get it.
Same with wicket keeping. Wicket keepers can rise too quickly because once you go up, it's very hard to go back down. If you stay low, then you rise with the ball.
You're only moving in one direction, aren't you?
Yeah.
Graham Van Buren just having a chat with Tom Price. 28 minutes to go until the scheduled lunch. If these two were still batting in 28 minutes time, we'd keep going.
Yeah.
For up to another 8 overs.
Yeah.
But Gloucestershire might actually not want to bat before. Like, they might actually be quite happy to bowl Warwickshire out at some point between 12:20 and 12:30. That's probably what they want to do. But they need one more wicket. Hannon Dalby waits for Price and he defends. Do you think 150 is a psychological figure from a Warwickshire point of view?
Potentially. Yeah, potentially.
You might think,
we spoke yesterday about psychological barriers and cricket being played in the head, and I think you know, Tom Price, his knock here, his bowling has been brilliant, and I think Zafar Gahar's bowling has been brilliant. But I'll come on to it after this ball.
And Dalby waits and steers a single down. There is no third man, so there's a chase for Dent, who, as usual, is first to the ball, and they'll pick up a couple.
Look at that. Still 9 down. Chris Dent throwing himself around. That's commitment for you. And that epitomises this new Gloucestershire we're seeing. What I want to come on to is, we talk about psychological. Jack Taylor's knock. Gloucestershire were looking down the barrel yesterday. Jack Taylor comes in and takes the game away. And you wonder if Warwickshire had a lead of 100, would have it been 60 for none at the end of play last night? You know? As it was, the seed of doubt had been planted, and Jack Taylor was the gardener.
Price again to Hannon Dalby, who pick up 1 down to David Payne in front of the clock at the pavilion end of the ground. Yes, I know that you've been talking about Lazarus type escapes, haven't you? It's been your, I think do Warwickshire have a Harry Houdini somewhere in their ranks to get them out of this?
Well, you don't know, do you? You don't know. Jane Yadav could be the man.
Kent still need 3 Hampshire wickets. 200 for Hampshire to win. At 178 for 7. And Northants still batting on at Taunton. Price in, that's outside the off stump. Side bottom can let that go. They're 262 for 8. So they're still 127 behind. But quite a lot of their overs have been scoring actually quite quickly there. 262 in 77 overs. And Tom Taylor's got 60 not out there. And Ben Sanderson has stayed with him, and they've got past the follow-on total. Ryan Sidebottom waits again for Price. Big LBW shout, but I suspect going down the leg side. Not upheld by the umpire at this Ashley Down Road end. Second look at it there, and you see the 3 slips in. He's just pushing that just down the leg side, I think. Warwickshire started this morning 58 for 5, so they've added 60 runs, but they've lost 4 wickets. David Payne just having a word with Tom Price here. There's 1 ball to go in the over. They want to keep Hannon Dalby for Zafar. Oh, and Sidebottom goes off the inside half of the bat. He didn't know where that had gone. In the end, he keeps the strike. He'll take a single down to long leg, but that was a streaky single. It'll say 1 in the book, but he's off the mark.
Got a lot of runs in my career down there.
Tom Sibley's got a lot of runs in that area as well. 138 is the lead, as you can see. the last Warwickshire pair together, numbers 10 and 11, basically scrabbling what they can here.
138 though won't be an easy target. A lot of cricket left in this game. Stick with us.
2 steps and a short leg for Zafar. They've got a man out at deep square. If they think that side bottom might just stick one up in the air, having attacked, they've got a man out deep on the leg side.
Oh, that's gone through. Thought it bowled him there.
It's probably beaten some. It would have beaten a few better batsmen than Ryan Sidebottom, I would suggest.
Zafar past the umpire. It's played out to Van Buren, and they're going to come through for a single. Score on to 120. 139 the lead. There's a lot of cricket left here. Zafar's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Hannon Dalby. Oh, and he's tickled that one around the corner. Is it buys? But it's going to be 4 of them, whatever it is. It's going to be buys. That's big turn. Spat out the rough. And no one's got anything on there whatsoever. And let's have a look at this again. That is turned from outside of off stump, past leg stump.
And Brace, I mean, obviously
it's tough on Brace.
Yeah, it's one of the wicket keeper's real problems is vision of a spinning ball when you're right up behind the stumps.
Yeah, Jack Taylor's just going from leg gully to leg slip. Zafar over the wicket. Swept pleasantly by Hannon Dalby. He's going to get 4 for that one. Takes the lead up to 147.
Tricky. That's effectively one that Bracey couldn't do anything about without that delivery that went for 4 buys, and then that was just a bit too leg side from Zafar, and Hannon Dalby into double figures.
Just getting into the realms of being a little bit uncomfortable now, this chase.
Worcestershire have beaten Notts in the 2nd division by an innings and 79.
Wow.
And Yorkshire, I'll come back to that in a moment. Tom Price in, and it's let go by Sidebottom. Yorkshire still 7 runs behind Surrey in the match at the Oval. And they've got 5 wickets standing, so they've got quite a lot of batting still to do there. Northampton now 9 down at Taunton, still 124 in arrears. This is not going to be a gimme target for Gloucestershire when they come to chase. Sidebottom again defends.
I tell you what though, Warwickshire win this, Kent beat Hampshire, Somerset are staring down the barrel of Division 2.
That's
and they're the longest county who've been in the longest
servers in the first division.
Yeah.
Well, Warwickshire know they haven't got an awful lot to play. They've not much wriggle room with a lead of 147. Price trying to keep it at that. Outside the off-stump side bottom, lets it go. If you are, just remind you, if you are planning on spending half an hour doing something at 12:30 during the lunch interval, you might need to reschedule that, because if these two are still together, then we will keep going. There is some grey cloud overhead now at the moment. It's not quite as bright as it was earlier on. Sidebottom waits for Tom Price, and again drops the bat on it out into the leg side.
Bit of sun over the Mendips in the distance.
Yeah, and I don't. Dan was talking about possibly rain at 5 o'clock. Well, the day's play is nearly done at that stage.
Yeah, it is. It is, but it'd be interesting to see. Would it be today? We might be back here, won't we? You never know.
How fast will Gloucestershire try and attack a small score? Oh, let's kick. Robinson on the pad, and he's got to go. Sidebottom is out, and Tom Price has 8 wickets and absolutely smashes his career best. Gloucestershire will have to bat before lunch, and they'll have to have 148 to achieve their first championship win of the season. But what a display from Tom Price. Not only did he take 4 wickets last night, he's taken 4 wickets this morning, and he's finished with 8 for 27. And I don't know how many first-class games he's going to bowl in his career, but I would suggest he'll be hard-pressed to improve on the figures he's got in this second innings here in Bristol.
Absolutely outstanding from Tom Price, really is. We've spoken about him. He's also got 10 in the game as well. Match figures of 10 for 73, and that's probably a career best as well.
Yeah, he's not taken a 10 before.
So absolutely superb, and he deserves every bit of applause that he's getting here. And what a wonderful cricketer Gloucestershire have got on their hands.
So Gloucestershire will bat before lunch.
Yep, so
that'll be awkward. Probably 2 overs, I would think that'll be.
Yep, so just going through the Warwickshire card. Rob Yates bowled David Payne for 8. Dominic Sibley, LBW Tom Price for a duck. Alex Davis, LBW Zafar Gahar for 60. Sam Hain, LBW Tom Price for 1. Will Rhodes caught James Bracey, bowled Tom Price for 5. That same duo combined to dismiss Jayant Yadav for a duck. Jacob Bethel was the first wicket this morning, caught by Chris Dent off the bowling of Tom Price for 3. Danny Briggs was bowled by Tom Price in spectacular fashion for a duck. Henry Brooks caught Bracey, bowled Price for 32. Ryan Sidebottom, LBW for Tom Price, last man out, and Oliver Handorby, he was 12 not out, so 128. Gloucestershire will require 148 to win. The bowling figures: David Payne, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. Ajit Singh Dale, 3 overs, none for 17. Zafar Gahar, 12 overs, 1 for 38, which is the 1 maiden. But the pick of the bowlers, Tom Price, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 8 for 27. And you know, I'm absolutely chuffed for him. He's one of the nicest lads in the game. He's a very polite lad as well. And
I wonder, actually, I don't have this figure in my head. Has anybody taken a 9 this season in the Championship? Because if there is another 8, I'd be surprised if there's another 8 at much more economical figures than that. It might be that those are the best numbers in the Championship this season by any bowler.
Yeah,
we'll try and check that during the lunch interval. But here, Gloucestershire need 148 to win. There are 72 overs left in the day, so time is not an issue. And I should also say that Northamptonshire are all out at Taunton as well, 265, so they trail by 124. And Hampshire, well, they're battling on a long way behind, 190 for 7, still needing 188 to beat Kent at the Ageas Bowl.
That is the best in the season. Did Potts get a 9? Did Potts get a 9 in Division 2? It's definitely the best in Division 1.
Right, okay.
Yeah, Harmer. That was against Gloucestershire, wasn't it? 8 for 46? Or against Hampshire?
So the best bowling figures of any bowler in the First Division this season in this innings by Tom Price, 8 for 27. And we will check the Matthew Potts one at some point during the lunch.
It's definitely in Division 1.
At some point during the lunch interval. The light roller, interestingly, is being used by Gloucestershire. It will be 5 minutes for the light roller, and it won't be long before the opening pair come out to try and, well, really survive until lunch. There'll be nothing to be gained in the 2 overs that they will probably have. Although Warwickshire might think about giving Yadav one of those overs just to really mix things up a bit. But 148 is the victory target, and it's a teasing one in the sense that Warwickshire are not out of the game, but you'd say it was marginally in Gloucestershire's favour now that they've taken those 5 wickets relatively cheaply this morning. 5 wickets, in fact, for 70 runs in this morning session.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting couple of overs here in the run-up to lunch. But I'm absolutely chuffed for Tom Price. And
goes back to your vote for him as the Young Player of the Year, Dan.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And, you know, timing is everything. Timing is absolutely everything. And he's been a breath of fresh air has come into this side late in June. He's picked up a hat-trick against Kent. And
he's got 29 wickets in 7 matches in the Championship this season.
Yeah.
And to go back to your point, Ryan Higgins had 28 wickets in 11 games at a much higher average. So, you know, he has done with the ball what Higgins would have hoped to have done. He's not got the runs that Higgins might have got, but I still think 9 is probably his best place at the moment in the batting order. But hopefully his batting can develop. No reason why it shouldn't. And you know, in that instance, he would be a bowling all-rounder. And the way that you now split the all-rounders up into a batting all-rounder and a bowling all-rounder, I think he would be a bowling all-rounder. The sun's just reappeared. So we do know there will be a 12:30 lunch, and the light roll. That's the first time we've seen the light roller used on this pitch. And
yeah, Mark's just been on. So Simon Harmer's gone 8 for 46 and 8 for 112. I think that 8 for 112 was against Gloucestershire actually. And in Division 2, Dane Patterson at Notts, he's got an 8 for 52. So Tom Price, he's in some decent company there. Some good South African bowlers. And
at Kent, by the way, I've just issued a response talking about Kent to the proposals this morning. They say the Strauss Review is a wide-ranging document. It should be remembered, however, that it should have been prepared through the prism of high performance only. The 2 key areas for our club, say Kent, domestic structure and scheduling, remain within the discretion of the 18 first-class counties. Within this group, we will now consider issues such as the needs of our members, supporters, players and stakeholders, as well as the financial impact and the unintended consequences and the possibly irrevocable change to the essential nature of county cricket. Kent is a fundamental part of our community, committed to supporting the growth of the men's and women's game at all levels. We continue to deliver success on the field, produce players for England and support one of the largest recreational and schools cricket populations in the country. We will not allow our club to be rendered irrelevant.
Strong words.
That is a statement from Kent this morning in response. That's from Simon Phillip, who is the chair at Kent.
Paul Downton's involved down there as well, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
And I think he Has been in the higher echelons of the ECB in recent years. So it's an interesting response.
So here we're going to have 8 minutes cricket before lunch, and I would suggest that will mean 2 overs. The question, only Hannon Dolby will bowl one of them. It would be interesting if one of the spinners bowled the other, wouldn't it?
Yeah, certainly would. Certainly would.
So Gloucestershire know what they've got to do.
This is a real tricky period here for Ben Charlesworth and Chris Dent. So 148 the target.
Time is not the issue.
No.
I suspect they will not want to get bogged down here.
No.
And they went, actually, if you go back to the game against Durham last year, where I think the target was 50 odd, and they only had about, I think it was, might have been 14 overs on the second day to get the runs. And they thought, well, will they actually go for those tonight? And of course, they absolutely did. And here they may have mentally said to themselves, right, okay, what do we think? 40 overs? Try and get them quickly. Hannon Dolby, first delivery outside the off stump and let go by Ben Charlesworth. And it's a delicate balance for Warwickshire. They don't have a lot of runs to play with. They need wickets. They've got to attack.
Yeah, it depends what sort of mindset Warwickshire are in as well, because, you know, another sort of 30, 40 runs for no wickets and their hearts might go a little, and you can see why.
But this is their season here now.
Certainly
potentially.
Certainly is.
They've got to save themselves. Hannon Dolby in. Charlesworth steers that away through the gap between backward point and third slip. There's a chase for Bethel down towards the small scoreboard, and they'll take 2. Yes, it's not absolutely cut and dried if they were to lose here, but it would give them such a small window of opportunity next week. They'd be asking for favours all around the country, whereas...
And Hampshire. Haven't they got to go to Hampshire? Or they've got it at Edgbaston.
They've got Hampshire at home.
Yeah. Big game now.
Hannon Dolby, spring-heeled, around the wicket, and Charlesworth just works that off his hip down to long leg. Side bottoms the fielder down there. Not the best throw.
Didn't see Rhodes there backing up. I thought we might have a 5 on our hands there.
So 148 is the Gloucestershire target. And you are right, Danny, that sometimes when a side can see an outcome, sometimes the last 20 or 30 runs can come quite quickly.
It's pitched outside leg stump.
Hannon Dolby with an enthusiastic appeal. Not upheld.
Pitched outside leg stump.
Dent's quite square on there. Three slips for Hannon Dolby. Dent from the crease out on the offside. Absolutely nothing to be gained in these 2 overs. I suspect it would only be 2.
I think this game might go past tea now.
Yes, we haven't really seen a side threaten to score 140 in a session. And Dolby staying over the wicket to Dent.
Or lose 10 wickets in a session. It can go both ways.
Yeah, true.
It's in the balance.
But Dent picks up a single, and it is going to be Yadav. I'm not surprised. With a hard ball and only 3 minutes to go until lunch, and 2 batsmen fresh in. I think this is it's positive from Warwickshire. It's predictable from them, and I think it's absolutely the right thing to try.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we've seen the ball rag off this pitch. There's a lot of dust out there. And silly point, short leg, slip.
I suppose if you bolt the over really quickly, it might enable them even to get a third in. I don't think they'll do that.
Here's Giant Yadev. Left alone by Dent.
It just turned away quite slowly, didn't it? So
Yeah.
Dent's got to be careful of the one that goes on with the arm.
Pushed into the man at silly point there, Chris Dent.
Yeah, Yates is very close though. He's got a silly point, a short leg, and Will Rhodes is at slip.
Yadev in past Peter Hartley, angled into Dent's legs this time. Solidly defends. 3 balls gone in less than a minute. Defended. So 12:29 the clock's clicked over to.
Probably won't quite do it, I don't think.
No, maybe Dent needs to go gardening here, perhaps. Experienced pro, just take a little bit of heat out of the situation. That's a big appeal for LBW. Dent plays no shot. Nothing given. Ooh. Let's have a look here. Oh, it's dangerous game to play there. It was the one that turned though. Yadev in, Dent cuts, smashes it at silly point. At Rob Yates in at silly point. And the clock has ticked over and they're not quite ready. And that will be lunch. What a session. Interesting session. So, Warwickshire started this morning 58 for 5. And they were all out for 128. The hero of the hour, Tom Price, 8 for 27. Couple of overs just before lunch. Saw no real damage. Chris Dent and Ben Charlesworth, the opening pair of left-handers here in Bristol. They're still there, and they're going to resume afterwards with 144 runs required. So, it's 2 equations really. 144 runs for Gloucestershire, 10 wickets for Warwickshire. From Ian Randall and myself, we'll see you back here after the lunch break.
Yeah, more thoughts from you. Welcome over the lunch break if you want on the proposals announced this morning. We'll revisit that at the start of the afternoon session if you didn't catch it earlier on. But we must bear in mind there's some pretty interesting cricket going on out there in the middle, and we will not let you miss any of that. Just notice of scores from elsewhere. At the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire 209 for 7. They're still batting up to lunch. They still need 169 to win, and Somerset are batting second time round at Taunton against Northants. They're 12 without loss. They lead by 136. So the 2 key results as far as the bottom of the table are concerned are the game here and the game at the Aegeus Bowl, and depending on how those go, both of those I think probably would be finished today. Somerset will then know how to plan tomorrow. It might be that another draw might be enough for them, particularly if their old foes from up the M5 can do them a favour. We'll see you shortly before 10 minutes past 1 for the resumption, as Gloucestershire need another 144 runs to win. We're just waiting for our producer James to give us the thumbs up for the start of the afternoon session, and we turn round, and someone's very kindly got him a plate of chili con carne, and he's just consuming that. I think he's allowed. He's a busy chap, and at this point, but I don't think it'll be over in this one session. But there was a lot of credit handed out over the weekend to those appearing on screen in and around the coverage of Her Majesty the Queen's funeral on Monday, and quite rightly so. And a lot of those people were saying, "Hey, we are the front of the coverage, but you don't ignore the guys who do everything behind the scenes to make it work." And while Dan and I are the voices of the stream, we wouldn't be able to bring this to you without the work of James Healy. So for those people on Twitter who like to put emojis with clapping hands, that man deserves 2 or 3 sets of those for what he's done for us over the last 6 months.
Bravo.
In fact,
I concur.
I would go further than that and say that 6 months ago, James Healy didn't even know he was going to be involved in this. No, he didn't have a clue.
No, he's been wonderful. He's been.
But
I've really enjoyed.
He has joined the team, and he's become an integral and important part of it. So.
Yeah, the 3 of us together. Been a lovely summer, and we've had the weather. The performances on the pitch, but that could all change this afternoon, couldn't it, Ian?
Well, 144 more needed to win. Warwickshire need 10 wickets. The game's going to proceed pretty quickly. You'd have thought. It's a wide from Hannon Dalby first up, and just because cricket is a lot about numbers, isn't it? In any way, shape, or form. If Gloucestershire could win this game, yes, it would be the first win of the season. The last season in which they only won one first-class match was the last time they went down from the First Division, which was in 2005. And Dalby into Charlesworth, who absolutely smoked that away through extra cover for 4. That was pitched up, but Charlesworth didn't need a second invitation to that.
Beautiful. Hannon Dalby, you described his run, what was it the other day?
Mincing?
Mincing, yes. I thought about that in the car last night, driving back to where I stay here in the West Country. Stay down in sort of down.
Was it about an hour from here?
About 40 minutes down
40
to
minutes?
near Western Supermare. And I chuckled to myself, actually.
Hannon Dalby around the wicket to Charlesworth, who lets that one go. Good bounce, though. They're only the 3rd over with this ball, of course, so you'd expect to have a bit of bounce still there. Just seeing his Sibley's at mid-on, so I suspect that is Rhodes and Yates. Or maybe Rhodes and Hayne in the slips.
It's
Yates and Hayne?
Yates and Hayne. Yeah, Rhodes is down here at mid-off. Sibley at mid-on.
Charlesworth waits again for Hannon Dalby. Again, that's almost floated up outside the off stump, and it just punched straight to Danny Briggs at extra cover.
Yeah, you wonder if Gloucestershire can get to 50 for none here, or whether Warwickshire's heart will go a little.
And just to show that Gloucestershire haven't been terrible that often in the Championship. And Dalby in again. Charlesworth pushes at that.
That's a good delivery.
Yeah, that's going away off the seam and a little bit actually in the air as well. Charlesworth just prodding at that, but he's quite a long way inside the line. A second look at it. You've got to play at those.
Especially from round the wicket on the angle.
Edged and taken. That was sharp. That was travelling, and Sam Haynes taking that at second slip. And Charlesworth is out, and Gloucestershire are 9 for 1. A little bit of a slash, but that really was motoring. Look, hey, Sam Haines, top right of your picture. This is not an easy chance at all.
That's a great catch.
It's a real grab, that. And chances of having played a really nice cover driving that over. Then finds himself nicking to second slip. And it's 9 for 1. And that'll be Ollie Price trotting down the steps to meet Charlesworth as he makes his way back to the pavilion. Just the sort of start Warwickshire would have felt they had to have after lunch to give themselves a chance.
Yeah, it's didn't need to do that, didn't need to play that out there really, but I think it's crashed one through the covers. And it goes to show as a batsman, doesn't it, that you're only a few inches away from death or glory, aren't you? You know, that one through the... He's middled that one through the covers there. It's a delightful shot. It's a beautiful shot. That one's pushed a little wider. It's a little bit outside his eye line. And he's got a nick on that, and it's absolutely flown to Sam Hain, who's pouched it. Gloucestershire 9 for 1.
Target 148. Wonder whether Yadav will open from the pavilion end. He bowled the one over from that end before lunch. I think it would be a risk to give the new ball to side bottom, because he was quite erratic in the first innings.
Henry Brooks, perhaps?
Brooks might be an option. Little
four
burst.
Overs, yeah.
So Ollie Price in at number 3. There are 3 slips. And Dolby bowls to him, and Ollie Price defends back to the bowler.
Well, it's been a good day for the Price family so far. Let's see if Ollie can lead his side home to what would be a much needed first win of the season, the county championship here at the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. Our emails are open.
Dolby's 50th championship wicket of the season, by the way.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a good effort in a side that struggled. There it is, top right hand corner of the screen. Commentators at glosscc.co.uk. And let us know what you think of. Well, there's one topic on a lot of people's minds this morning, isn't there? And that's the ECB proposals that came out at 11 o'clock.
I think this probably says that Will Rhodes... I think Will Rhodes is only going to use 3 bowlers here.
Yeah, you said that. Brooks only bowled 4 in the first innings and side bottom 5, so...
I really think it's going to be Hannon Dolby and the 2 spinners.
Yeah. Is Yadav. Dent defends. Sharp work in there from Rob Yates.
So Hain is at short leg, Rhodes at slip, and Yates probably 2 strides from Dent under the lid.
Yadav in, that turns. Dent leaves it alone. Lovely story about Yates last year where he got 100 in a game against Essex and then had to go and write a thesis on the chest beating of gorillas. It's defended. So the difference in chest beating between those in the wild and those in captivity. Where would Alfred the gorilla come in there, Ian? Is he in captivity or is he a wild beast? On ball, that's cut away by Chris Dent. That's a lovely shot. Dent won't go into his shell here. These runs still need getting. That takes the score into double figures.
Talked about the mental side of the game here. Psychologically, Gloucester should get that target down below 100.
Yeah.
Warwickshire, no, they just haven't got any room for manoeuvre at all.
Yadav in, Dent works him into the onside, and then Dolby jogs after it.
The one thing that Yadav couldn't do, he got 5 wickets in the first innings, but he couldn't seem to absolutely dry up the runs. There always seemed to be a single available somewhere in an over.
Yeah.
And Gloucestershire can play him in a similar sort of way this time if they want. So no silly point for Ollie Price.
Defended, no run. That completes the over. 14 for the loss of Ben Charlesworth. Chris Dent's on 6. Ollie Price yet to score. And 134 more runs needed.
Just to go back to you talking about the mathematics at the bottom of the table. At the top, if Kent beat Hampshire and Surrey beat Yorkshire, Surrey are champions, are they? Is the maths as one-sided as that?
Depends on bonus points. Surrey are about 7 or 8 ahead, aren't they, of Hampshire, I believe? Or they were coming into this round of games.
Yeah, so if they were to win and Hampshire were to lose, then you've got to think that might be nearly it. Hannon Dalby to Dent for the first time. Then to steer that down to Yadav in front of the small scoreboard for a single. Kent need 3 wickets to really improve their chances of staying up. Somerset would know that a draw against Northants would not be a disaster for them. And Warwickshire would be the side backed into a corner if they lose here.
But Kent can beat Hampshire in Southampton. Warwickshire will feel confident of the result at Edgbaston.
Wide, very wide from Hannon Dalby. Ollie Price went stretching for it, but the foot didn't go across towards the ball.
He sort of flirted with it, didn't he? He didn't quite ask it out on a date, but he offered to buy it a drink, perhaps. That delivery.
2 slips and 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 3 saving, 1 on the leg side as well for Hannon Dalby. He does have a man down at fine leg. Ooh, that was a tightish lead from Ollie Price. Hannon Dalby can't quite believe he hasn't flicked the top of off stump there with that delivery. This is his stock ball, really. Ollie Hannon Dalby.
Oh, coat of paint.
It's on the nothing about the direction, all about the bounce. Back at the end of his quite straight run. And once more, and Ollie Price goes right round that. And when Tom Price was bowling, both last night and this morning, those were getting edges.
Yeah, head down here, Ollie.
Sidebottom probably knows at mid-off that he's just going to be moral support to Hannon Dalby in this spell. Not necessarily bumming a bowl at the other end. Hannon Dalby in once more, and Ollie Price lets that go. I wonder, Ollie Hannon Dalby this season, what's his aggregate overs? 414, so he's bowled quite a lot. Whether he would do one long spell here, I mean, because it depends on how quickly Gloucestershire is scoring to some degree.
Yeah,
but it might be sort of one spell and out.
Yeah, decent
for him.
Decent numbers for him.
And again to Ollie Price, who gets well in behind that.
Best in an innings of 6 for 40, 50 wickets, 23 apiece. You'd be quite pleased with that.
Yeah, I think he's a good pragmatic, you know, hard-working county player. You know, not going to get you to international level. Not going to get to international level, particularly now at his age, 33 he is. But you know, just one of those real workhorse bowlers that you need in a county team that will just turn up day in, day out and give you 7 out of 10.
Jane Yadav from the pavilion end. Dent drives him, goes a little bit edgy out to backward point.
Quite pleasant conditions now. Sun's back out again. Gloucestershire won't mind that.
Yadav to Dent. Drives it firmly back at the bowler.
Yeah, that was into the ground first. When David Payne did that in the first innings, it was a little clip. It was the catching practice, wasn't it?
Dent drives that one handsomely, only a single. Man's out on the deep cover boundary.
You know,
16.
Gloucestershire would hope that if somebody could get a half century here, the rest of the batting ought to be able to bat around that and get them to 148.
What Ollie Price needs here is one outside off stump, push it into the covers for one, get off the mark. But Yadav, I'd like to see him bowling more of a line outside his off stump here, more of an attacking line. It's an off spinner, not at middle and angling it in. Big appeal. Ollie Price goes sweeping. Price just needs one off the mark into the covers. There's a big gap there between Oliver Hannon-Dolby at backward point and the man at mid-off there. That's swept. There he is off the mark. Out to deep square for a single. 17 for 1.
It's slow progress at the moment, but Gloucestershire just rebalancing themselves mentally after losing Charlesworth's wicket straight after lunch. There's no need to rush. They've got oodles of time.
Get it tomorrow if you need to.
Indeed, but equally you don't want to get too bogged down such that you feel you're not switching the tempo back onto the opposition. Hannon-Dolby in, Ollie Price to Danny Briggs at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, interesting. He's just gone in there, hasn't he? He's in there as a sort of catching position for Ollie Price. And he's been put in there because Hannon-Dolby is bending the ball back or seaming it back off the pitch at the right-handed Ollie Price. Asking questions.
Hannon-Dolby a bit back of a length this time. Ollie Price defends from the crease. Just looking at Dan was talking about the live table earlier on. Warwickshire above Kent at the moment by 2 points.
Ooh. But Kent would get 16, wouldn't they, if they win that?
But Price lets that go again. Actually, it's not quite as tight a leave as it looked to the naked eye. Got to work out your geography. Yes, Kent would go to 134 if they were to win. They would still be behind Somerset.
Somerset get a draw.
If Somerset draw, Somerset would go to 137.
And what are Warwickshire on?
Warwickshire are 120 at the moment.
So they'd have to beat Hampshire.
They would.
Otherwise they're going to be looking at Division 2 cricket next year in their local derby going to be Bears v Pairs. A few local games then. Derbyshire possibly. Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Worcestershire.
One of the regular members of the media circuit in the second division, I'll come to him in a moment, and he'll be in, and again that's moving back in towards Ollie Price. He just punches it up to Ryan Sobottom. David Griffin is the photographer at Derbyshire, and
he's quite entertaining on Twitter.
He is. He's generally pretty forthright in his views. And he said, much as we love playing Leicestershire and Notts, he said, I don't want to be doing it all the time.
No, exactly.
You want an element of variety in your fixture schedule. That's what brings people back to the game when you've got different teams to play in different competitions. And it'll be in. Outside half of the bat all the way along the ground. Out to Sibley from Ollie Price. So Hannon Dalby's certainly doing his bit here. He's trying to keep things tight. He's taken a wicket since lunch. And Gloucestershire are 17 for 1, chasing 148.
You're right. Same with internationals. And you talk about England playing India and Australia all the time. The Ashes, when it's once every 4 years, it becomes a special event, doesn't it? It becomes one of those things that you really look forward to. When it's every 2 years, it takes the gloss off it, maybe a tad. So I'm.
Well, supporters of a certain age, probably my age, will remember that the fixtures at the Cheltenham Festival used to be in the old 3-day cricket: Glamorgan, Warwickshire, and Worcestershire, almost every year.
Yadav to Dent, leaves it alone.
And it was nice sometimes just to see a different county dropped in there.
Yeah.
Because so that you think, okay, it's two of the usual group, but we've got one new one. That's great. Chance to see somebody different.
Left alone by Dent.
Just waiting for the one that he can play off the back foot here, I think.
Yeah. Oh, that's taken an outside edge. That's what he's looking for, Yadav. Dent's got to be watchful here. 17 for 2. Warwickshire's tails will be up. The Bears' tail will be wagging. Left alone by Dent.
Warwickshire put their money into Yadav and Mohamed Siraj for these last set of matches in the hope of helping them retain their first division status. Siraj obviously has gone home.
Oh, is there one there? No, Dent's not even looking. There could have been one there. The ball is thrown into Yadav. The ball's still live technically there. It's gone out to mid-off. He's thrown it to Yadav, who's missed it, and the ball's gone out into the covers, but Dent wasn't really looking. That's the over. 17 for 1. Price on 1. Chris Dent on 8. And slow going here after lunch. We lost Ben Charlesworth, who was caught by a real sharp chance by Sam Hain. Second slip off the bowling of orchestral manoeuvres in the dark. Or OHD, Oliver Hannon Dolby. And these two have come in. Ollie Price has joined Chris Dent. And rebuilding in a
slow and
watchful
kind of way.
Fashion.
Hannon Dolby to continue. That's on the leg stump, clipped away by Ollie Price. There's a chase for Henry Brooks. He probably will haul it in. They've taken 2 and they'll come back for a third. Dent's a real sprinter between the wickets. It's a long throw there from Brooks as well. So they've come back for 3 runs. And Price will feel a little bit better about that. Just in that area where Brooks himself profited for a while this morning. If you weren't with us before lunch, Gloucestershire bowling out. Warwickshire about 10 minutes before the scheduled lunch interval, and Tom Price finishing with 8 for 27, which is the best analysis for any bowler in a First Division match this season. Something certainly to remember his summer by. I say he'll do pretty well to better those numbers at any point in his career, you would feel. Will Rhodes just adjusting his field, I think. Does he want a third man? He was going to move the third man there for a moment, but in the end he didn't do it. And Hannon Dolby staying around the wicket. Oh, that's swinging late, and Dent does well to drop on that. Just nudge it out into the leg side, fielded by Yadav. Lovely shape on this from Hannon Dolby, bowling around the wicket as well. Probably would have been going on the leg side actually, but it wasn't a ball that would have brought a successful appeal had it hit the pad. Dent waits, well, that's outside the off stump, and having had one that was right under his nose, and he saw one that was a good part of out on the offside, he went chasing it. Not perhaps the right thing to do. 20 for 1, target 148. Dent's bat raised as traditionally, and then he's creamed that. That's just wide enough and full enough that he can really power that through the offside, and that's raced away to the Kennington Avenue boundary for 4.
Yeah, I like watching Chris Dent, I really do.
That was quite wide actually.
It's a wide half volley, but still got to put them away. We saw Ben Charlesworth nicks his. Chris Dent middles his to the boundary.
Well, Charlesworth has played that one lovely shot 2 balls before.
Like watching you and your pomp there.
Oh. No, I only ever scored runs in one weekend in my cricket career.
Right. How many did you get?
I got 24 and 20
Oh,
in the same weekend, and you thought, oh, I've cracked this now. Hardly made another run. Then nudges a single out to Jacob Bethel. So the debate at the end of Hannon Dolby's over. He's bowled 5, only one of which was before lunch, 4 since. So how long before we see Yadav and Briggs both bowling, I wonder?
how tall is Alex Davis, by the way? Looks...
He's, as keepers go, he's quite small. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I think he is. I think he's... just watching... Will Rhodes having a chat with him there, like a father with his son, admonishing his son. Here's Yadav. Tell you what, he batted well though, Alex Davis. I was really impressed with him. I thought he showed real fighting qualities.
Well, without him and Brooks, Gloucestershire wouldn't be chasing very much at all.
No. Here's Yadav. That's a nice shot by Dent. Again, out to Bethel. Out in the deep.
I know you joked ahead of the final hour last night, but what Gloucestershire would really like is to have them have Warwickshire 25 for 5. Well, they nearly managed it, and it really put Warwickshire on the back foot heading into today. And
Yadav in Price defence.
If they are to get anywhere close to threatening Gloucestershire here, you've got to feel they've got to be something like 50 for 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise they just don't have the margin.
Yadev to Price. Oh, is there going to be a run out here? Chris Dent wanted it. Price sent him back. A little bit of confusion, but
should have been Dent's call, because it was going behind square.
There was no harm done. As some bloke from Warwickshire once wrote, much ado about nothing. That's defended there by Ollie Price.
Yadev is not pushing the ball through quite as fast as he was in the first innings. I think that's probably got to be the right tactic as well.
Swept in front of square. It's only going to be one. Bethel's out there. Fetched that one from outside off stump, didn't he?
Yeah, it looked quite wide.
Yeah. I think that's going to be his tactic. He's got a big gap in the covers, and Yadav's left that because what he's trying to do is get Ollie Price to try and push that, leave a gate, and he spins it back through his gate. But Ollie Price is fetching him from outside off stump and playing him with the spin out into the covers, which is probably a much safer shot.
Moses has given Ollie Hannon-Dalby a drink and trotted off again.
Some news from around the counties. I'll come on to it.
Hampshire at 8 down.
Yeah, I'll come on to it after this ball.
So Kent slowly nibbling their way through the Hampshire batting.
Yeah. Right, at the Oval, Surrey 333, Yorkshire 179 and 189 for 7. So Yorkshire lead by just 35 runs with only 3 wickets left. I think that's going Surrey's way. Down at Taunton, Somerset. Oh, it's just flicked through onto the next screen. Somerset 389 and 27 without loss to Northants 265. So they lead by 151 runs with 10 wickets in hand. Somerset in the box seat, but my money's on the draw there.
And Dalby into Ollie Price. Can't beat Dom Sibley, who's at extra cover on the single.
Hampshire need another 141 runs down at Southampton with just 2 wickets left. So they are in big trouble. It's raining down at Hove, but Durham, who got 459 to get a big lead over Sussex's 162, have then reduced Sussex for 9 for 4. In fact, that's not a Hove, it's a Chestler Street. That'll be a nice coach journey back, won't it, for Sussex if they get skittled out nice and cheap. At Cardiff, on what looks like a rather flat pitch there, Glamorgan 550 for 5, Derbyshire 224 for 7. Glamorgan's only hope is to bowl them out and make them follow on there, I think. Up at Leicester, almost parity between the sides. Middlesex 297, Leicester 294. Middlesex 143 for 3. And as we heard earlier at Worcestershire smashed. Worcestershire smashed champions-elect Nottinghamshire by an innings and 79 runs. Keep you updated in the afternoon as well with England. They're about to start in just over an hour in Karachi.
Thanks for your emails this morning about the proposals for the restructuring. What, another one? Yes, another one of the first class game.
Danny Briggs just warming up there.
Yeah, Briggs might be on, I think, shortly. And Dalby in, edged by Ollie Price and taken by Rob Yates at first slip. Little bit of extra bounce for Hannon Dalby and fended away by Price, but only into the cordon, and it's 27 for 2.
Oh, game on here.
I think he probably wanted to try and take the bat away there, but didn't do it in time, and so we're back into the left-handers again with Price's departure. That will be, I think, Miles Hammond coming down the steps.
Yeah, Ollie Price there, not sure if he was caught in no man's land or two man's land, but he was sort of half trying to withdraw the bat, half playing at it, wasn't he?
27 for 2. And the usual habitual walk. I say walk, it's a sort of a walk and a shuffle, and the approach to the crease when he comes out to bat is always the same from Miles Hammond. You can spot him a mile off.
His approach to the ground the other day, from as he walked in, was just as languid. So he's walked across the outfield with a cup of tea in his hand.
Well, Chris Dent's just having a chat with him here about what he might be expecting.
These two need a partnership of 20 or 30 here.
Just to tilt the balance a little bit. I wonder whether Hannon Dolby might get another over or two, having got a wicket here.
You know, everyone's talking about this wicket as being a Bunsen, being conducive to spin, but it's also got a little bit in it for the seamers. I mean, Oliver Hannon Dolby's taken a couple of wickets. Tom Price took 8. David Payne took 1. So 9 fell to seam in the Warwickshire second innings.
So Hammond waits for Hammond Dolby around the wicket and forward on the bounce, fielded by the bowler on as follow through. So he has got both wickets so far, Oliver Hannon Dolby, and 27 for 2 Gloucestershire. They need another 121 to win, and it looks as though Briggs from the far end, so I wonder whether Jayant Yadav is going to change ends and then come on to replace Hannon Dolby then at this Ashley Down Road end. We'll see in a minute.
We haven't seen a lot of spin from the Ashley Down Road end, have we? It seems to be the one that the seamers are rotating from, and the spinners preferring the pavilion end.
Well, obviously thought that with the two left-handers now in, Briggs might be able to offer a little bit of control perhaps, if he does nothing more than dry the runs up for a little while.
Here is Briggs. Dent plays that to Hayne at short leg. Cried catch it.
Yeah, there was a cry catch it, wasn't there?
But I thought he played it straight into the ground personally. I wonder if it's one of those that hits Hayne on the boot. Dent defends.
They do know that they're going to try and make him play every ball here, aren't they?
Yeah, there's another one.
If you've got a seam bowler on it, if the batsman so chooses to, wait, and not play 4 out of the 6 balls because they're not on the stumps, he can. But with Briggs, you can't do that.
Defended again by Dent. Defended again by Dent.
It's the old add 2 wickets to the score situation here, isn't it?
Has that been driven and caught or bump ball? Warwickshire are asking the question.
Umpire's not interested.
No. Let's see if we can see this on the replay. Went straight to point.
Yeah, down first, I think.
Yeah. No one else was really interested.
Half a thought from Rhodes, and I think...
Yeah, Rhodes was...
Also from Hannon Dolby, who actually took the catch. I say catch in inverted commas. So, yes, we are going to see Yadav from the Ashley Down Road end. Not a surprise, I don't think. And it could be that the two spinners might bowl in tandem for quite some time here. But Gloucestershire this morning took the last 5 wickets for 70 runs. And Tom Price took 4 of the 5 last night and 4 of the 5 this morning, finished with 8 for 27 and 10 in the match for the first time. Gloucestershire batted for 2 overs before lunch. They were 4 for no wicket, and since then they've lost Charlesworth and Ollie Price, both caught in the slips off Hannon Dalby. So he's now out of the attack, and here's Yadav changing ends and coming on from his Ashley Down Road end, and that's
spun.
Yeah, that's out of a foot mark, I suspect, though. It's a bit wider than Hammond needed to play at. Yadav around the wicket. Oh, it's edged and taken. Yates has grabbed that as well. Hammond drawn forward, and Yadav literally pitched that on a sixpence, and Hammond has to drag himself away. 27 for 3.
Good captain C, Will Rhodes, switching Yadav ends, and it works straight away. And this is going to be a real examination here. And you do wonder if Gloucestershire, you know, have got a little bit stuck, or whether it's worth someone coming in and biffing a few just to remove the men from around the bats, perhaps.
So James Bracey makes his way out at number 5. What do we say? 50 for 4, and it's definitely game on at that level. 27 for 3. Warwickshire they've played their hand here. I think they know that it's going to be the spinners that are going to win them this game. Hannon Dalby's opened the door with 2 wickets at the top, but it's really going to be Briggs and Yadav who you feel, if they are to win, they're going to be almost bowling unchanged from here on to the end.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Maybe Hannon Dalby might come in and, you know, sort of maybe give them a bit of rest here and there, but I can't see anything different from Will Rhodes and his team. It's going to be a real examination. This one could go all the way. It really could.
Probably one good partnership is all Gloucestershire need to really break the back of this. But you know, and we talk about emotion in cricket, and Yadav's confidence will be up, having got an early wicket here. That's 2 short, and that's punched straight to Bethel by Bracey off the back foot. But that ball to Hammond was just about perfect length.
Yeah.
That's why it induced the shot it did. It was a bit shorter this time. I tell you, if that hadn't bounced much,
no,
Bracey would have been...
This game's alive here in Bristol.
Really struggling to fend off an LBW appeal. He just got his bat down on it. He swept it. Again, that spun a long way. Again, possibly out of a foot mark. Bracey's tried to paddle it around, and it's gone straight to first slip.
Wow.
Have another look at this. I think it might be Sibley at first. Is it Sibley at first slip? See where this goes. It spins a long way. I suspect that's probably out of the rough of a foot mark, but nonetheless, Gloucestershire 3 down here, chasing 148. Still need another 121.
Briggs into the wicket. Then defends.
And there'll be a lot more chat out there now in the field from Warwickshire too, won't there?
Right sport.
Sorry?
Right sport. I always have visions of sort of Brummies being like, you know, Harry Enfield's character of considerably richer than Yo. Do you know that one, Ian?
I don't know that one.
Oh, okay. Dent defends. Ooh, the close fielders were interested in there, but Chris Dent, soft hands. Plays that one a little bit firmer.
This is quite tense now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Because the scoreboard isn't moving.
Dent clips that one around the corner. He's going to get 2, probably. Yadav's just cut that one off at the boundary. Yeah, they'll settle for 2. And that gets the score, because it's been on 27 for about 20 minutes. And that ticks it over to 29. And the psychological barrier, getting this under 100, it still looks quite a way away, doesn't it?
Yeah. 119 to win. 119 more to win. Dan Mousley's on the field as 12th man at the moment. I wonder if that would be... Well, it might be for Ryan Sidebottom, because I don't think his Sidebottom's going to get a bowl. So if they feel that Mousley is a better fielder, I wonder if they would... must make sure he's out there to try and keep Gloucestershire on the back foot here. Bracey comes with a big stride forward as Yadav wheels in once more from this Ashley Down Road end. Not a massive crowd today, but I think people would have known last night that there was a chance the game could be over, and they wanted to be here. That's tossed right up by Yadav, and Bracey
might even go to tomorrow. You don't know.
It might.
Yeah.
It might, but you would say the chances of that look quite slim given the number of overs it got left. Yadav in just a bit short at that time. Bracey able to get inside the line and just bounce it to Sam Hain at short leg.
It was 55. There is a chance of a little bit of rain around later on. Ian dismissively shakes the head there, as I said.
Dismissive of the rain?
He's the meteorological man. He's the local knowledge.
Yadav staying around the wicket to Bracey, who again gets right forward. Hampshire are 9 down at the Aegeus Bowl. So the last wicket pair. Kent 1 wicket away from what would be a really important win, and they've got James Fuller and Mohammed Abbas are the last wicket pair. They still need 118, Hampshire, and there's a new ball due in 1 over's time, so everything would appear to be factored in Kent's favour there. Here, Gloucestershire, who are mathematically relegated, we know that now, trying to, well, A, record their first win of the season, and B, suck Warwickshire right into the relegation mire.
Yeah, forecast is sunny intervals, changing to heavy rain later in the afternoon. Oh, what's that come off? Is that the back of Dent's bat? That is really spat out of the rough. Oh, Dent plays that one. Plays it late. Soft hands Like Nanette Newman back in the Fairy Liquid advert in your day, Ian. And guides it just backward of square for 1 on the offside.
Say Yorkshire at 8 down at the Oval. They're only 50 in front. That game could also be over today.
Briggs to Bracey, first time he's faced him. Bracey goes sweeping, that's gone up in the air, is that out? He's gone! He's been given sweeping. Has he got a glove on that? It's gone up in the air. Davis has taken the catch. One way or the other. It's the end of James Bracey.
Is he walking to? He walked towards the umpire there. I think he's not worried at all there, Bracey. When the ball goes up in the air, he is not worried. So, what has the umpire seen that Bracey hasn't either felt on the glove or heard off the bat?
See if we can get a slow-mo of that. I don't know if we can.
James is shaking his head, so I think the slow-mo's on short time, or he's gone for his winter break.
Yeah. He shook his hand as dismissively as that suggestion as you did about the rain later on in the afternoon.
Yeah. What did we say? Add 2 wickets.
Yeah.
Suddenly 30 for 4
looks
a different equation.
Tell you what, a lot rests on Chris Dent's shoulders here, doesn't it?
Graham Van Buren will, when the time comes, meet Dent as the skipper and the former skipper have a brief chat as Van Buren makes his way to the middle. But yes, Gloucestershire they've got a bit stuck on the board, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've gone into their shells and they need to. I think someone needs to actually, take this on. Actually take the fight back to Warwickshire. But, 4 out, back in the hutch for single figures. Charlesworth for 7, Price for 5. And Bracey and Hammond failing to trouble the scorers. Briggs to Van Buren, who whacks that one through mid-wicket. That's going to be 4. That's a nice friendly full toss to welcome the Gloucestershire skipper to the crease. And that was much needed.
Yeah, that almost felt like a bowler who was not happy bowling at a right-hander. He's had all these left-handers to bowl at. He's got himself into a nice rhythm, and oh dear, there's a right-hander there. He's completely lost the plot.
You've still got to put them away though, and Graham Van Buren did with aplomb. Still found the gap. Here's Briggs. And short and wide, and he crunches that one through the offside. And that's going to be 4 runs too. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered from a home point of view here at the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol.
Well, Briggs, I think it was in the championship match last week, when Somerset were chasing runs in the game at Edgbaston. He bowled 1 over for 18.
Played out to mid-on.
Almost another full toss.
Yeah. 38 for 4. 110 needed. Where's your money, Ian Randall?
You hear it, Dan? You can hear it. It's in my pocket.
Keep it there, mate. Keep it there, because I'm not sure.
It's still tight, this.
Yeah, it is tight.
I think you'd say Gloucestershire might be marginal favourites, but there's not a lot in it.
Oh, nothing's easy, is it? Nothing is easy.
If it's not easy, it's not worth fighting for, Dan. That's right, isn't it?
Very true.
Yadav into Dent. Oh, and has that gone out of a foothold as well? It's taken, by Rhodes at first slip. There's no edge.
Dent's key here.
That's 2 now. Yadav has got to go a long way out of her foot mark. Again, gets back and across. And it's fielded by Briggs.
Having so many left-handers on a spinning wicket like this must put you at a slight disadvantage when it comes out the foothold.
Yadav in once more. It's pulled right into the fielder at short leg. That's Sam Hain. He's hit him on the wrist, I think.
Oh, we're going to have a delay here.
Certainly felt that.
Yeah, we're going to have a delay here. That's hurt Sam Hain. That was a full-blooded... Look, Dent holds his hand up straight away. Dent knows he's hurt him. And it's one of the...
That's why you have, protection in all sorts of areas.
Just load it.
Here we go. We're going to have a little look at the James Bracey dismissal here because I wasn't sure whether he hit this. So let's see if we can slow-mo it. There. And it's come off his arm, or it's his elbow area. And you can see how disappointed he was there. But I think it's it's come off the forearm, that sort of area of Bracey. We'll see if we can have another look. I don't know if we can have another look. Let's see it again. Here we go. So Briggs bowls it, spits out the rough. Bracey goes sweeping. I think it's hit him on the forearm. You can see Bracey how disappointed he was there, where he's given. And to be fair, he's got a point, but when the umpire raises his finger, it's cricket, you have to go. And let's hope there's no action regarding that.
He certainly made it to walk towards the umpire. I think if he didn't say anything, then he's probably all right.
Yeah.
From a disciplinary point of view. Hain is okay. He's not gone off the field, so...
Short leg.
He's
a brave boy.
Not showing the opposition any weakness. That's the old management.
Dent absolutely nailed that one.
Yadav into Dent again. Oh, that was a very late prod on that. And Yadav nearly getting through. 110 more to win. Yadav getting into Dent. Got a big stride in. So I did find in the first innings that Gloucestershire could always seem to find a single somewhere off Yadav, but not finding it so easy this time. And again, out of a foot mark. Every time that happens, 3 times that's happened now, and you're just fearful of
it's a commentator's nightmare.
The finger going up.
I thought that was
turning
out.
it so far. Here's another look.
I thought he's right, that's out.
But no appeal from anybody close to the stumps, which tells you that they didn't hear anything. Briggs, despite having a bit of an onslaught from Van Buren in the last over, is going to keep going. He's got a man out at deep cover, but nobody out on the leg side. 7 men saving a single.
Here he is, around the wicket. Ooh, that goes past Van Buren's outside edge. Here he comes in. Van Buren defends.
It feels like the runs have got to be thought about in tens at the moment, doesn't it?
Hampshire is still 9 down.
Can't think about him in any greater magnitude than that.
Defended by GVB. Briggs. Absolutely intriguing. It's intoxicating.
And this is what happens when you get a pitch that offers something to the bowlers, particularly the spinners on, well, it's actually the third day.
Short and wide. And Van Buren crashes that one out too. Henry Brooks out in the deep.
To see if Mousley is still on the field. I don't think he is. I think he's gone off again. So
just on the leg side, Dent defends, pushes it. Rob Yates round, cuts off the single. Henry Brooks out there in a Sunhat. Ian, were you a cap or a Sunhat man? Being one of maybe a follically challenged nature.
I tended to wear a cap. I always felt that if you're running in the field, the hat would fall off.
Yeah, I was always a cap man. Although umpiring, I've got a nice ECB ACO Panama hat. I only wear it out, very occasionally.
Yadav's going to bowl over the wicket to Van Buren. First time he's had a chance to bowl at the Gloucestershire captain. 39 for 4. The target is 148. Leg slip and a short leg. That is too short, and Van Buren will punch that away through extra cover. There's a vacant area there, but Yadav cannot bowl at that length to Van Buren because he will punish that delivery, particularly with a big gap on the offside.
He's a wonderful cutter of the ball, Graham Van Buren.
So they're taking the leg slip out and putting them in at short extra cover. Trying to plug that gap. Spun quite sharply again from Yadav. Van Buren has to go back.
Van Buren played him off the back foot in the first innings, and it was his undoing in the end, wasn't it? He was backing away and trying to cut and lost his off stump eventually.
Yadav fires that in on the leg stump. They've got a single out to Ryan Sidebottom, who's the fielder out at deep mid wicket. .104 required. Yadav round the wicket and played all along the ground past second slip by Dent. Nothing Yates could do about that. When the was it the Yorkshire Essex match last week where the scores were level?
Yeah.
With when the ninth wicket fell?
Yeah, it was,
Talk about a tense old finish.
Yeah, Shane Snater did the business for Essex, didn't they? 1 by 1 wicket. Yorkshire had one of those last year against Northamptonshire as well, didn't they? They were batting that time, and I know they're bowling, and I think Patterson.
Dent waits for Yadav. Again goes off the back foot. There's room to the right of Danny Briggs there, so he's just found the gap and pinched the strike at the end of the over. Dent has... When it ticks up, he goes to 18. Van Buren has 14. Dent's been there since the start, so he has faced more than 50 balls for his 18. Van Buren 14 off 12, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit of cloud building up here. The sun's out here. In the distance you can see the cloud building up a little. Briggs over the wicket to Dent. And Payne was taking evasive action
turned
there.
his back there, didn't he?
Yeah, I can't blame him, Dent having smashed one into his wrist. Dent defends.
Yorkshire are all out. Surrey need 55 to win at the Oval. This is
Briggs to Dent.
this is very much the other end of the table, but
Yeah.
nonetheless tense for all that. Probably more tense actually.
A bit Somerset. I've got half an eye on this game. Briggs. Dent. Gets the bat well out the way there. That's gone down the leg side. Davis.
This is the 20th over with this ball. Now, ordinarily, you might have said, well, it's beginning to lose a bit of its hardness, but it's not been biffed about too much, has it? So
No, it hasn't. But, you know, if it's been shoved into the dirt. Yeah, that's the over. 45 for 4. Chris Dent, 18. Graham Van Buren, 14. There's the scorecard.
ooh, Hannon Dalby. A second burst from Hannon Dalby to come here by the looks of it.
I get that. I think there's a little bit in it for seamers and spinners. If you've got someone there with 50 championship wickets in your side, well, you can see why they've gone to him, can't you?
Hampshire need 82 to beat Kent. Last pair at the wicket.
Well, they must have put on a few because I think they needed 98. Surely not. Surely they won't do that.
I wouldn't have thought so. Unless it's a Bairstow and Leach v Fuller and Abbas in this situation. You wouldn't normally expect Abbas to get too many. So Hannon Dalby, who's got 2 wickets himself, back into the attack to bowl to Graham Van Buren. And again, a little bit of movement in the air there for him.
Fuller's got 78 off 92 balls in that game.
Yeah, he is not a rabbit by any stretch of the imagination, James Fuller. They put on 36 for the last wicket, of which Abbas has made 4. So tension all round the county championship in this penultimate week. Van Buren gets a one that's short and it's crunched away off the back foot. There'll be a chase out for Will Rhodes. They'll come back for 2. He didn't quite time it. Out through the extra cover region up towards the mound stand. Rhodes just flexing his arm as he threw that in. Van Buren almost played that a bit like a lofted golf shot. 47 for 4. Target 101 more runs. And always got 2 slips. And chops on the bounce to Bethel by Graham Van Buren. This is a fairly orthodox field here, really. Warwickshire know that I think they'll be okay with singles. They do want to tie the boundaries out of Gloucestershire's scoring range, but they, of course, can't win the game unless they pull Gloucestershire out. Van Buren lets that go.
Crucial part of the game. Warwickshire's record, as I mentioned on the first day in Bristol, is not good.
Here,
No, they've only been Gloucestershire once in the last 60 years. And that was back in 1992. Alan Donald doing the business. As you said, 2020 in front of no crowd due to COVID. Gloucestershire won that by 78 runs, but Oliver Hannon-Dalby got 12 wickets in the game there.
from the Ashley Down Road end, that's again on the pads of Van Buren, but straight to Dom Sibley at short mid-wicket.
I think Warwickshire would love to have Miles, Norwell, or even Chris Wokes on this. Oh, he'd be a handful, wouldn't he?
Well, I think Wokes definitely would.
Yeah. Ollie Stone. He's going knots, I think, isn't he, Ollie Stone?
He is going there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alan Dalby to Van Buren, clipped again, straight to Sibley. On the bounce. So Alan Dalby returns with just the one scoring shot in that over, just the two to Van Buren. He and Dent have another chat. They're both in the teens, as you can see, on the board. In fact, they're the only people in double figures on that second innings for Gloucestershire. 101 runs required. In theory, 48 overs left in the day.
50 minutes to tea.
And back to the Briggs v Dent duel.
Dent defends. Plays it into the ground. Soft hands.
Kent have beaten Hampshire.
Well. Dent defends again.
They've won by 77 runs.
That's a great result for Kent. Good week for Kent, isn't it? One winners of the Royal London Cup.
I'll give you the live table in a moment.
Dent defends again.
So the table now reading up: Gloucestershire 74, Warwickshire 115, Somerset 123, Yorkshire 132.
Oh, that's been pulled.
Kent
Dent's got that one
134.
back with a square. That goes away for 4 runs, and that brings that only brings it up to 50 for Gloucestershire, but it also reduces the lead into double figures. Sorry, I missed that one. What was that one at the end?
I'll recap it at the end of the over.
Yeah. So, Dent gets that one back with a square. Hannon Dalby throws it in a strange fashion back.
Over his shoulder, that
Over
was.
his shoulder. That's a nice shot by Dent. He's going to get 2 here at least. Bethel's after it. Yeah, just the 2. Takes the score on to 53.
So just to recap that: Gloucestershire 74, Warwickshire 115, Somerset 123, Yorkshire 132, and Kent 134.
So, if Warwickshire were to win this game and Somerset were to draw, they would be equal on 131 points. Yorkshire would be on 132, Kent 134.
And also, the situation over wins then will be Warwickshire 2 wins, Somerset 2 wins, Yorkshire only 1. Kent have won 3, and Yorkshire only 1 win.
And where are Gloucestershire next weekend?
They're at Headingley.
Yes.
And then Dalby in, pulled by Van Buren. That's gone for 4. It's too short from Hannon Dalby. And Van Buren perhaps deciding that rather than getting tied down by the spinners, they're going to try and attack Hannon Dalby here.
It's sensible cricket. They're defending the good ball, and as soon as they're getting a bad one, they're putting it away. And it's good, sensible cricket from the captain of the last few years and the current day captain.
Clipped away again on the leg stump by Van Buren. They'll take just 1. And just to say that if Surrey were to beat Hampshire, they would not be champions, but they'd only need 4 points from their last game to do so.
Well,
Very much in their hands.
that's going to cause a lot of debate when every other county were forced to rest their players Yet Surrey were allowed to play Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes in this. Ollie Pope getting 100. Is that fair, do you think, Ian?
Well, not if other teams were told they couldn't play there, no England players. And then will be round the wicket down the leg side, and Dent might have probably missed out a bit there. It was quite a long way down the leg side. The last, it's 58 now for 4. The last wicket fell at 30. 28 runs has made a big difference in the
Another wicket now, though.
feeling around the place.
Another wicket.
And then Dolby to Dent. Again, that's short, and Dent's pulled that straight to wide long leg. Again, round Sidebottom does the fielding. Only have 1 run. Oh, I think I'd be getting Yadav back into the attack here, do you?
I certainly would. Yeah, I think he's got to come into the attack.
I kind of...
But I'd have him at the other end, I'd take Briggs off. But Han Dolby's looking a little bit ragged now. Henry Brooks might be worth a go. Just his extra pace, just whilst you've got the runs, you know, in the bank. You've still got 80, 90 runs in the bank. Give him a little burst, 2-3 overs, see what happens.
Oh, that's edged and just out of the reach of the diving Bethel. Graham Van Buren didn't know where that was going. Bethel with a big dive from point in towards the gully area. He was probably 2 strides short. But that's the ball that Hannon Dolby's been looking for. And Buren's got 21. Dent 25. And Dolby tries to get down the leg side. He's a little bit fishing for that.
Searching for that magic ball, isn't he?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
He's taken 2 wickets. Yadav and Brooks 1 each. 59 for 4, chasing 148. And we're talking about one good partnership. Gloucestershire will hope that this one is the one. I've still got some people who can put bat to ball to come. You know, Jack Taylor and Zafar both got half centuries in the first innings. So
Briggs in. Dent shapes the drive and stubs that one back to Briggs. That's a big appeal there. Oh! Is that going to change the outcome of this game? Chris Dent, has he got outside the line there? Or is it doing too much and going down the leg side? Let's have another look at it. How crucial is this in the context of this game? He's got outside the line, actually.
it's backpack.
Chopped away deftly, deliciously by Chris Dent. 4 runs.
That's the way to
Rub salt.
Yeah, that's really rubbing the bowler's nose in it, isn't it, when you've got a
Yeah, rub salt in the Warwickshire wound.
boundary off the back of that. Down to the 2 close catches only now.
Briggs. Dent defends. Scores now up to 63. 84 more runs needed. Or 85.
85, yeah.
Briggs. Dent defends. Our producer James Healy has had a bag of Haribo on his desk since the start of the first day, and he's just they're looking at me, they're winking at me and teasing me. Just as you need that sugar rush as a commentator after lunch. Here's Briggs, and Dent defends, goes to Hayne at short leg, who plays some nice football there, showing the silky skills of...
Looks to be okay, having had that crack on the wrist earlier on from a blow from Chris Dent. Now what's Rhodes going to do here with his bowling attack? Yadav is back, and I think that's probably the right move.
That rain I can see over there in the distance.
It's quite a bit beyond the ground, to be fair. Got some brightness still overhead. Yadav back into the attack. Van Buren goes back into his crease, and Hayne fields on the bounce. Gloucestershire were 30 for 4 at one stage. Now 63 for 4. Van Buren waits for Yadav, goes back again. He'll just tuck another single out into the offside. What you will experience in the next 5 minutes is Dan doing the commentary in the voice of a 6-year-old, because he's got some Haribo.
Hello, Ian.
In and around him. Yadav into Dent, again goes back off the pad, but just dribbles out on the leg side. They're staying around the wicket to the left-hander. Once again, Dent's really got to trust his judgment of playing that so late. There's not much bounce there. Just getting a little bit closer to the leg stump there, Yadav, as well. That's the stump at the non-striker's end, just to try and just change the angle a fraction for Dent.
Both these two are playing it as late as possible.
That's floated right up and Dent right forward. End of Yadav's first over back into the attack. 64 for 4. The target is 148. And just to prove that Championship cricket does not have to be all about big run chases on the last day. This is just as enthralling as a tricky pitch, an awkward little target, and it's been just as riveting to watch.
It's like a fine wine, this game. It's not a shot of vodka and Red Bull like we get with some white ball games. It's like a fine wine, and it's wonderful on the palate.
Briggs is going to keep going from the far end.
Briggs from the pavilion end. That's down the leg side. Rather hopeful.
Warwickshire probably need, it's the old had 2 wickets, they probably need at least one quite quickly here.
That's driven by Van Buren out to mid-off, going to get through for a single. This must be an intriguing game of cricket, because James Healy, our producer, has jumped out of his seat and he's actually watching it. But it is 83 needed. Briggs, Chris Dent there. Equal to what's being thrown at him here. Briggs over the wicket. Dent plays a handsome cover drive. That's going to go all the way. That's 4 runs. Oh, lovely. That was
really well placed.
Unfurled, wasn't it?
Yeah, very well placed. Bethel is quite square there, almost a square cover or a point. He had a long chase round, but didn't pick the gap. Absolutely beautiful. They've left the gap there for him to play it through. To be fair, to tease him.
Yeah, it's quite a dangerous shot out the rough as well, but there, that's outside the off stump, and Dent kicking it away.
I think Briggs is happier bowling to the left-handers.
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of dirty stuff outside Chris Dent's off stump, isn't there? Yeah, that's a nice shot. Just pushes it out for the meandering single out to Jacob Bethel on the cover boundary.
So Briggs has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 28. Yadav 10 overs, 1 for 16. And Ollie Hannon-Dalby is the only other bowler that Warwickshire have used. He bowled the first over of the innings before lunch, and then he's bowled 7 overs since. Overall he's got 2 for 26. But really feels as if Hampshire are trying to ask the spinners to do what's needed here. Yadav from the Ashley Down Road end into Dent. A little bit of drift in the air there too, but Dent read it and squeezed it out into the leg side for a single. 41 these two have added, which feels a big stand in the context of the match. And for Van Buren, Dan Mousley, who's the subfield, he's up at mid-off, and that's clipped away off his pads. It was too straight there from Yadav. Henry Brooks will come round, but they will still pick up a couple. He's on the Kennington Avenue boundary, and Van Buren goes to 25. Dent has 35. Gloucestershire nearly halfway there. 73 out of 148. Yadav around the wicket. Oh, Van Buren tries to go down the grounds. He comes round the wicket to bowl to him, and there's a chase from Mousley, and he's not quite hauled it in. Van Buren's picked up another 4 here. And perhaps these two just thinking that a brief spell of attacking might break the back of what they've got to chase.
Yeah, it might well do.
So 77 out of 148 achieved, 71 to get. Yadav in, and Van Buren defends. I mean, at 30 for 4, definitely both teams in the game. Warwickshire definitely in the game, but
one more wicket here. Warwickshire are right back in this.
they've got to get it quickly, though, you feel. Yadav tosses that up, and Van Buren defends out on the offside. Yadav. It's gone very, very fine. There'll still only be one there, though. Did it come off the bat?
Yeah, I don't think Dent could see it. Sometimes when it goes...
It did. So, yes, it will be a run, not an extra.
No, there's no run. No run. Dent didn't actually run. I don't think he could see it. When the ball goes behind the keeper like that, Dent's quite wide there at the non-strikers end. And sometimes when you can't see it, I think Dent thought it was going straight to the man on the 45 there. Actually, there probably was one, but it's better to be safe than sorry at this stage of the game, isn't it?
It is. So Briggs,
Yeah.
keeping going.
Oh, Van Buren wants a run, Dent doesn't. Little
Just
little mix up
there was probably never a run there.
No, it's never a run. Sibley's around the corner.
that's well bowled by Briggs. That's a full shot from Chris Dent. He's looking to play that offside, and it ends up coming off the inside of the bat, going out towards mid-on. Dent defends. Back to Briggs. Oh, Dent gets outside the line. That's good defence. He covers it all, his body, everything there. So even if it spits out the rough, as long as he's playing a shot, if he hits him on the pads outside the line of off stump, he can't be out. Good cricket. Briggs in, Dent defends, goes to short leg. Intriguing stuff here. Pressure building on both sides. Who's going to come out on top? Briggs. Dent defends. I was wondering if we've had any emails. And
I think people are probably too tense with watching what's going on.
Majestic Wine have sent me one about a complex French Chardonnay. Which they've got. Yes. But
they obviously perceive you to be a man of great knowledge in that area.
Well, I think I might need one with this finishing. Nerves are getting bad. I could do with a glass of wine.
So Yadav, who's not had much joy against Van Buren, hasn't really bowled quite the right length to him, and Van Buren goes down the ground here again, which one that's outside the off stump, and he picks up a straight driven 4. And this is the counter punch. These two have now put on 51.
Yeah, good partnership.
33, Dent 35.
Fantastic partnership.
Might just be the difference. Yadav's not a bowler, though, to be disrespected.
No, he's not.
You don't get to test level with India unless you are a decent bowler. Partial stop by side bottom. They can still scamper through for 1 as Van Buren tries to paddle that round to deep square.
That's a great bit of work by Sidebomb, because that had 4 runs written all over it. I didn't think he was going to get there.
Yadav back then to the left-handed Dent. Ooh, and that was very risky playing back to that. There didn't look to be much bounce there, but Dent looks to be seeing it well enough to judge. Playing back at the moment, Yadav. Oh, he's almost chopped that on. Very tight. It's the one risk sometimes you feel with by playing so late. There is the risk of the drag onto the off stump. 2 slips and a short leg for Yadav. Again, a little bit of drift in the air, but no way through. Dent's kept him out. 66 more.
Emails come in. Mark Kidger.
Mark from Madrid.
As the game won't go into tomorrow, what is your best and worst of the season? For me, the best is seeing England win at Tests again. The worst, Gloucestershire's struggles. What's your best and worst of the season, Ian?
Of the overall season,
I think my best might have happened this morning with Tom Price's 8 for 27.
Well,
I really
in terms
do.
of
It's up
bowling
there.
performances,
It's up there.
it is right up there.
Yeah.
You're not missing anything at the moment. There's a long chat between the brains trust of Warwickshire. So senior seam bowler Ollie Hallen-Dalby, skipper Will Rhodes.
Chris Dent's 206 against Surrey. James Bracey's 177 against Yorkshire. I think they come into it. Marcus Harris is 136 against Yorkshire.
Yeah, I think perhaps you tend to feel that you'd also look at some of the performances. If like there's a couple of the home wins in the Royal London.
Yeah. The worst is probably the defeat in the 4-day game here to Somerset.
That's probably the low point.
Yeah.
And defeat to Somerset in the T20 as well.
Yeah, that was... In a way, that was just brilliance from Van der Merwe, wasn't it? Briggs. Van Buren defends.
I know you have to say also, and I think an emailer made this point this morning, in the last month...
Briggs. Defended.
There has been a bit more optimism about the place.
Yeah, there has, and
you might say it's from quite a low base, given where things were.
Yeah.
But you've got to start somewhere.
That's off the pad, and they get through for a leg bye. Every run's crucial. Adam has emailed saying, how would you decide the 3x6 for the county championship in 2024 if this goes ahead? Top 6 was based on the top 6 in the first division next season. What would be the point of the second where Gloucestershire would be? You'd be playing for nothing. Well, yeah. Do you put the top 5 and the top 1 from Division 2? As that's played out by Dent. Yadav doing the fielding. Tumbling stop.
I think you'd have a minimum of that. You could almost argue it's 4 plus 2.
Yeah, Adam says this. Yeah. Let's see if it goes ahead first, Adam. Briggs, short, wide, cut away by Van Buren. 85 for 4, 25 minutes left to tea. Paul Hibbert said, I stand corrected on worst number 11s, which was what we had on the first day. Chandrasekhar was worse than Bishop Beatty. Here's Briggs. Then pushes that one into the covers. Another one etched off the total. He said, anyway, thanks for the excellent commentary during the season and for engaging people like me. Paul, people like you make our lives so much easier, and it's people like you sending us emails, taking the time to do so, that makes this, so wonderful, and why I've had such a fantastic season. So thank you.
Tom from Rainstop Play Inspection at 3 says 2/10 to type. Okay, that's fair enough. And Peter the Bear, Warwickshire supporter obviously, in Durham says, excellent commentary, thank you. Warwickshire did well to get Gloucestershire out last night, but unfortunately had to bat the last hour and the first hour this morning, which can be fatal. However, Bears seem to be getting back into this, so it is very interesting.
Peter the Bear in Durham.
Peter the
I think I know his brother, Rupert.
Henry Brooks. That's a big call.
I'd have brought Brooks on 20 runs ago, I think.
Perhaps they think that he can, maybe in 3 or 4 overs, just, if nothing else, just give a little element of control at one end. But Brooks into the attack for the first time in this innings, and Dent quite happy just to force that, but with only modest force really, out on the offside, straight to Sibley. 86 for 4. It was 30 for 4. At 30 for 4, you would not have been predicting where this was going.
62 still needed though.
Brooks
this isn't over.
Fields off his own bowling.
This is not
Surrey
over.
have beaten Yorkshire by 10 wickets.
Whoa.
They've got that 55 very quickly.
We'll never
55 in 6 overs.
We'll never hear the last of it.
Burns and Patel.
If they win the title.
Brooks is asking about the Shape of the ball. We haven't had much of that in this match,
No.
pleased to say. So Surrey are champions, in fact, because all their points have now been added on. So they are 247. They have won the title today. Hampshire can't catch them.
Can they not?
No. Well, the gap is 27 points.
Ah.
So
Congratulations to Surrey.
Surrey have won the title today with one match to play. So it's all about the other end of the table. Brooks in. Just nudged into the leg side by Dent, fielded by Rob Yates.
Kent will be gutted they won.
It's all about the other end of the table. And it's all about this game
And interestingly,
and the game at Taunton.
Liz, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Brooks swing around the wicket and clip round his pads by Dent, out actually fairly safely to Bethel for a single. Dent goes to 39.
There's a lovely family down at Surrey called the Garrard family. I introduced you to them when they were here earlier in the season, and Phil has been on the committee there for 50 years, and Tricia Garrard, she's deputy president down there at Surrey. Lovely, lovely people, and it's Phil's 70th birthday tonight, and with that result today, I can imagine that is going to go with a bang.
Brooks going over the wicket to Van Buren and fires it down the leg side. Van Buren, well, he probably feels he missed out there. He at least didn't get a touch. 5 saving the single. But Warwickshire don't have much wriggle room now. They still need 6 wickets. This looks like the partnership is going to take things away from them, and that's down the leg side too. And this time Van Buren does profit, keeps the shot down, gets it fine, and it runs away down in front of the Thatcher's bar into the boards for 4. See how much of this was down the leg side from Henry Brooks. It really was. He had 2 deliveries in this over. He really hasn't got the direction right at all. And I wonder what the Yadav is going to... So Yadav's going to switch ends and go back to the pavilion end again. So yeah, Brooks has bowled all right. Sorry, Briggs has bowled all right in this second innings, but he's only taken 1 wicket in 10 overs. And
I'd like to have seen Briggs vary it a little bit more. He's bowled a little bit flat, fired it into the rough, and I'd like to see him got it up and above the eye line. Actually tempted the guys into driving him rather than just firing it in.
57 required.
20 minutes to tea.
Yeah, they won't get 57 in 20 minutes, I wouldn't think.
No.
Very unlikely. Now, do they have the option of extending a session by 15 minutes? I think that is the case. If they think that a result can be achieved in 15 minutes, I think they can possibly extend the session, but Gloucestershire aren't really scoring fast enough to suggest that that would happen here.
Yeah, Dent defends that one from Yadav. Oh, where's that one gone? Has that been dropped? Let's have a look at this. I think it's dropped short. If Gloucestershire lost Chris Dent now, it would put the cat amongst the pigeons. Here's Yadav. That's cut by Dent. Bethel doing the fielding out in the deep.
So because Van Buren has been quite enterprising, you look at the run rate in this innings now. It's almost up to 3 and over, whereas there was danger at one stage they were getting bogged down, stuck in the 20s with hardly anything happening and wickets falling as well.
Yadav over the wicket to Van Buren. Forward defensive, goes back down the pitch to the Indian test spinner. Yadev in. That's a top edge from Van Buren. That's gone over the man on the 45. It's going to run away. Just 2 there. And then Dalby doing the fielding.
You may have just, again, picked the field. There's a couple of fielders in the Warwickshire team that I think they position very carefully.
Yeah, Hannon Dalby.
Hannon Dalby and Sibley, I think, are the 2.
Yeah, I agree. Sibley, I think, is just knackered. I don't think... I mean, he was... Oh! Yadev asking the question. Van Buren getting those pads in the way, but I think he's got outside the line. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, he's got outside the line.
Brooks is going to have at least one more over. He's not been trusted a lot with the ball in the game, though, has he?
No, he hasn't. Only bowled.
Only got 4 overs in the first innings.
4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8.
Dent waits for him and keeps that down, forces it out to Bethel at deep square. So both these 2 now into the 40s. So there wasn't really, in that Warwickshire second innings, there wasn't really a big partnership.
No.
And you only felt it just needed 1 here for Gloucestershire to give them a real chance of winning. Brooks dragging down outside the leg stump once more.
No, you had 31 for the 6th wicket, and you had 43 for the 8th, but and then 14 for the 10th.
Van Buren waits again for Brooks, again down the leg side. His line has not been what he would want here.
I'm wondering if his leading arm here, his left arm, is just dropping, and that's causing his radar to go. If you have a look at his action, it's not every ball, but the ones that he puts down the leg side, he just falls away. His left side doesn't stay strong, and he just falls away a little. Let's have a look at him.
Brooks runs away from us, and that's hit really powerfully, very wristily by Van Buren. He's kept that down, and it's raced past Jacob Bethel and out to the boundary at backward point for 4.
And that is under 50 now.
And this is where the fielding side have got all the problems now, Dan, isn't it? Because they've got to try and tie the runs up, but they really need a double breakthrough to give themselves any sort of chance, you feel. Van Buren goes back, and Mousley, who's on as the sub-fielder, comes in from mid-wicket. So remember, the last time Gloucestershire won only 1 game in the First Division, 2005. That was the last. The last time they won only 1 game in a championship season, 2005. That was the last year they were in the top flight. And before that, 1984. Funnily enough, they were much better the following year and they nearly won the championship.
And when 84.
In 84, yeah, they were very good in 85.
Yeah, they were starting to get a good side in 85. Gladstone Small, Paul Smith, Asif Din, I think, was part of that side.
Yeah, Gloucestershire left Cheltenham in 85, I think top of the table after beating Hampshire, but they couldn't sustain it. So Yadav back once more for another go at the pavilion end. He's had more joy from that end than this Ashley Down Road end. 13 minutes to go until the tea interval. In theory, Warwickshire got about 4 overs in that time. I can't see them not doing that.
Yadav down the leg side. Dent leaves it alone.
Giving us a wide.
Oh, yes, giving us a wide. Woohoo.
Bit late, but
Yeah.
Gloucestershire's 100 is up.
Defended by Dent. I thought that was harsh. Do you think that was harsh? 4-day
It was
cricket.
quite a late call, wasn't it?
Yeah. Dent kicks that one away. Yadav going over the wicket now. Yadav. Dent defends. Trying to test out Chris Dent's patience here. Going over the wicket, shoveling it outside his leg stump now. He's got to go outside the off stump. Chris Dent's equal to it. Now it's outside the leg stump. There we go, Dent kicking it away. Yadav asking questions. I can't see him persisting with this for long though, because Chris Dent can boot it away until this time tomorrow if he wants, with only 48 needed.
Yeah, Dent's got 2 hundreds and 3 other scores over 50 this season in the Championship.
He's a good player. He's a very good player. That's kicked away again by Dent. That completes the over. 100 for 4.
Yadav looking a bit quizzically at the batsman, but he's entitled to do that. Brooks has only bowled 2 overs from this Ashley Down Road end, but 2 overs across 10 runs, and therefore you wonder if Will Rhodes he's either got to turn back to Hannon Dalby again or perhaps bowl Briggs from this end. In fact, he's doing neither of those things. Well, Ryan's side bottom. Here's a call. Brooks has only bowled 2 overs. Side bottom hasn't bowled at all. And well, this is a blast option, isn't it? Do you think? Or do they think that Gloucestershire won't attack side bottom in maybe the last, if he's got to bowl say 2 overs this side of tea, they think they won't attack him in that time? I think they might be a bit surprised.
Well, if he brings on Ryan's side bottom from here, picks up 6 wickets with less than 50 needed to win Warwickshire the game,
Well,
I'll be giving him some water and asking him to turn it into wine.
you would think this is almost a, you say it's a desperate move?
I think he's just run out of options. Wonder if he's given up. I don't think they're giving up because, you know, as we've seen, 2 quick wickets now. Pressure does funny things, and wickets on this pitch have fallen in clusters, haven't they?
Tended to.
Do you think this is one of those Bristol pitches that's got easier as the game has gone on?
I wouldn't say it's got easier exactly. I think, I mean, the pattern has been new ball chiefly, and it's been the middle and lower order that have got the wickets. Van Buren with a single off Sidebottom's first ball. He will now be able to dent, waits, and just drops the bat on that out onto the offside, fielded by Sibley. 101 of 148 achieved. 47 more. I'm sure if they don't know, they'll find out when they go in at tea time. Warwickshire that Kent have won. They probably would have expected them to have won at lunch. Side bottom in. Let's let go by Dent outside the off stump. So
Michael in Lichfield said, agrees with the last correspondent. So sad for me to see the Shire struggle in the red ball game. Very pleasing to see the young players in the side developing well. Finally, I had a good season umpire in the Warwickshire County League, despite being a Glos exile. Well done, you guys, this season. Love the little anecdotes. Thanks, Michael.
Hope you've gunned a few this year. Hope you've ruined a few people's Saturdays, mate.
Side bottom in his first over of the innings is driven away through extra cover by Dent. That might go all the way to the rope. It will. And Dent goes to 44. Just to be clear about this position at the bottom, if Gloucestershire beat Warwickshire and if Somerset were to draw their game, Warwickshire's gap to Kent would be 14 points. So basically it's only a win-lose that is of any use to them in the last round. And even that might not do. Side bottom in, steered away again through the gap by Dent. He'll pick up at least 2 more here. Chase for Briggs out towards the boundary, and they'll scamper through for 3. And Dent and Van Buren almost neck and neck now, trying to get to their half centuries. Van Buren 46, Dent 47.
Marcus the Baggy Bear. Not happy with some of the umpiring decisions during this game. Although I doubt they would have influenced the outcome of the game, such as Danny Briggs. Players and commentators were incredulous. In Warwickshire's second innings, there were 3 that he wasn't happy with, especially Yadav, who appeared nowhere near his caught behind. Saying Bracey was also upset by his decision.
Side bottom in and almost dragged on by Van Buren. Couldn't be sure whether it had gone when he played it into the ground, but he survives.
Yeah, he says, as for the LBWs given and not given, I can only assume your pictures can't be from behind the umpire's head. Well, they are, mate. They are. Finally, Dan, as we've been calling him Mousley, likes his name to be pronounced Mosley, as in the area of Birmingham. So thanks for that, Marcus, and thanks for your email, mate. And I'm sure, good luck in the next game. And if not, our paths will cross next year. A little delay here, whilst
we've got about 2 overs before the tea interval, so we're just about on time. A bit of added protection for one of the Warwickshire close fielders.
Yadav going to take the penultimate one. Outside Dent's leg stump. Dent doesn't play a shot. 108 for 4. 40 needed. Oh, Dent defends that one. Just sort of gets into the wrong position, really. He's sort of playing around that front pad. And Sam Hain is very, very keen. In fact, Sam Hain has just gone from a short leg to a silly mid-on. After that one. Yadav. Dent. Kicks it away again. Jane Yadav. Dent turns it around the corner. Hannah Dalby there. .40 runs needed. Gloucestershire's first win in the county championship this year. Dent tickles that round the corner. 1 ball left of the over before my co-pilot Ian Randall takes you away to tea. Yadav in. Dent pushes that one, finds the gap. Only going to be 1, so he's going to retain the strike. 109 for 4. Dent is now on to 48. Van Buren on to 46. And there's a sort of eerie silence here amongst the crowd. No one wants to get too excited too early. But this has been a long time coming, hasn't it?
It has.
It's Gloucestershire's first win in this since 2005, isn't it, I think?
So again?
First win in Division 1 since 2005, 2006.
So
or was that
the Bob Willis Trophy season obviously was the COVID season was 2020. Cut away by Dent, and that will be his 50. Pat on the back from his captain, and he raises his bat to the dressing room.
There's his grandmother
in the grey jacket, middle of your picture, and Benny's dad, John, also here today, and down the front row there. 120 balls and 7 fours for Chris Dent's 50. Fourth 50. He's also got 200s this season, one of which was a double. Side bottom in the bowl to him. Clipped off his pads once more. That might be 4 more. It's a chase for Bethel. It's a good attempt at a stop, and it's just rolled away from him and over the rope at mid-wicket. And Gloucestershire down now to manageable proportions in terms of winning this game, and Warwickshire,
there lies the problem.
They have got to try and gather themselves for next week, you feel now. Short again from side bottom, worked out into the leg side again to Bethel.
The first 2 balls of this over lie the problem there. Right, side bottom, 1 short, wide outside the off stump. The next ball, leg stump, half volley. As a captain, you can't set a field to that. You have to bowl one side of the wicket or the other. You have to have a plan. And Will Rhodes has got no chance if his bowlers aren't backing his formulaic plans.
Well, 1 or 2 Warwickshire supporters were emailing us yesterday saying the problem this season has chiefly been bowling sides out. Side bottom in again, and Van Buren plays the ball back to the bowler. So 30 required. Yeah, I don't think Gloucestershire are going to get 30 in 15 minutes. I'm sure that flexibility exists if the umpires think there might be a chance of a result in that time. I think the players will go off at the end of this over. Van Buren again drives pleasantly up to Rhodes. He's had far less of the strike than Dent. So Dent 57 off 122, and Van Buren with I think 1 ball to go in the over is 46 off 51. So his strike rate much sharper, albeit Dent was really having to deal with the spinners when they were at their most dangerous. This ought to be the last ball before tea, and it's cut away by Van Buren for 1 more. He goes to 47, And Sidebottom takes his hat and glasses, and the Gloucestershire 5th wicket pair head off to the pavilion for a bit of refreshment, knowing that they've only got 29 more to get after tea. And this has been the match-winning stand. You know, we've talked about one good partnership in other innings, and from 30 for 4, you wouldn't have been laying any money convincingly either way on this, but Dent and Van Buren have done enough to survive against the spinners initially when they really were on top, and now they're getting a good hand going off, knowing they've broken the back of this.
Yeah, you saw in the first innings that the innings was resurrected by the experienced pros. Graham Van Buren as captain, Jack Taylor, white ball captain. Here you've got the captain of the last 3-4 years and the current captain, who've actually taken everything that Warwickshire have thrown at them. And Warwickshire have gone hard at them as well. And I think this has been a really good innings from Graham Van Buren, along with Chris Dent as well. And, you know, should they guide the side home, which they should from this position, then they fully deserve it. There's Graham Van Buren with his child. Look at that. What a lovely sight. And fantastic to see. Really is. Shows what a lovely family club got here at Gloucestershire. Is that Dale Benkenstein there as well with a cap on? I think it is. And it's just a lovely, lovely sight to see. Really is.
Yeah, just a thought of, from a Warwickshire perspective. We did say when Gloucestershire started their second innings, it felt as if Warwickshire only had 3 bowlers who were going to do any damage. And the fact that those 3 bowlers have bowled 33 out of the 37 overs kind of backs that up. Brooks has only bowled 2 overs. Sidebottom's only bowled 2 overs. They've gone for 28 in their 4, and the control elsewhere has been much better. Hannon Dolby 2 for 26, Yadav 1 for 33, Brooks 1 for 31, but they haven't had enough runs to play with. We'll rejoin you just before 3:30 for the final session of play in this match, and indeed in Championship cricket at Bristol this season. Gloucestershire only need 29 more, so don't be late. umpires Hartley and White are on their way here at Bristol. My voice is just about going to last the day. And Gloucestershire need 29 to win this game against, well, you'd have to say, Dan, the team that looks likely to go down with them at the end of the season.
Yeah, they certainly do. But Gloucestershire in Van Buren and Dent have been absolutely immense. And as Vanessa Williams told us back in 1992, Gloucestershire have gone and saved the best for last.
Yeah, last home game of the summer. Just a trip to Headingley next week. And I need to do the maths on this, but that mean that Warwickshire couldn't catch Yorkshire? Would Yorkshire be safe if Warwickshire lose this game? 135. No, not quite. But Warwickshire just have to win. And they're looking for help from elsewhere.
Yeah, I wonder if Hampshire, though, now that they can't win the title, whether they'll be in, you know, full mode.
Yeah, it's
That would leave, if they did win that would leave Somerset
yes, but
on the precipice.
yeah, the obviously they've only won. Warwickshire have only won one match. Yorkshire have only won one match. Kent have won 3, and Somerset have won 2. So, in a tight table, the extra wins will help. Kent might well produce the flattest pitch imaginable at Canterbury, because a draw will be fine.
It's generally been pretty good there all summer at Canterbury.
Here, Gloucestershire. Here we are on the third afternoon.
But Canterbury can have its moments as well,
Yeah.
that wicket.
And Gloucestershire need just 29 to win. 6 wickets in hand. And this partnership has been worth 89 between Dent and Van Buren. And Danny Briggs is going to bowl the first over of this final session of first-class cricket here in Bristol this season.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that long ago that we were covering the pre-season friendly against Exeter University here, does it? It's Briggs over the wicket to Graham Van Buren. And that's going to be 4 straight away. That's wide and outside leg stump. And he's got a little... Oh, it's given a wide. It's going to be 5 runs. So...
Van Buren's got to wait for his 50.
Yeah, look at the body language of the Warwickshire players. They got in the huddle there. They looked as if they were motivated as they came out. And then one ball down there from Danny Briggs. Here he is. That's gone through. Heinous,
It could be a winter of change at Edgbaston, couldn't it? I mean, Paul Farbrace is leaving. Mark Robinson is quite highly regarded as a coach, but
yeah, won the World Cup with England ladies, didn't he? Van Buren defends.
And if Ashley Giles was to come back for a third time into that director of cricket role, well, they would say, well, you know, we'd quite like a fresh approach from the coaching panel as well.
Van Buren defends again. Briggs over the wicket.
I think the beating of the drums suggests that Giles might also be interested in the Worcestershire job.
Van Buren works that one into the onside. He's just going to get 1. Dent wanted a second, but Van Buren having none of it. He moves on to 48, 125 for 4. 23 runs required.
Yes, Warwickshire look a bit deflated in the field.
Yeah, they certainly do.
We're conscious that the chance was at 30 for 4, but there wasn't really a chances made and missed at that point.
That's driven in that pleasant Chris Dent style. Out to cover. Single. He'll retain the strike. 1-2-6 for 4. Chris Dent is on 58. Graham Van Buren's on 48. And I think... I know he hasn't retained the strike because there was a wide. How churlish of me. And Van Buren tickles one round the corner. That throw nearly takes Sam Hain. Poor Sam Hain. He's already copped a full-blooded Chris Dent pull on the back of the wrist, which smarted somewhat. And now he's had a throw coming at his head, which he's had to take evasive action from.
So it will be Yadav. And I think the spinners are going to bowl out here. I don't see any reason why they would go to the quicker bowlers.
Bristol bathed in sunshine.
And Warwickshire have been a bowler light in this game, I think, haven't they? They could have done with another seam bowler they could trust.
Yeah, I agree.
Yadav to Van Buren, who needs 1 for his 50. And there wouldn't be a more popular one on the ground at any point this season if he can find it. Content to wait though until there's a ball where you can play a no-risk kind of shot.
I think it's going to be a short one that he's going to dab.
6 saving 1 and 2 close catches for Yadav, but he's got nothing to play with here. Only 21 required.
His form's been a lot better, hasn't it, since he's come back from his shoulder injury, and that's helped the batting.
Yeah, got that 100 at Cheltenham, which seemed to signify that return to form a bit. Discussing, again, as you tend to do in the evenings after play, the balance of the side for next season. Some of that might be driven by signings, of course, albeit the squad is quite big already. In the team for this match, there isn't really what you might call an orthodox all-rounder. Van Buren tries to sweep, and he's given LBW. So Yadav removes the Gloucestershire captain for 49. He'll be irritated about that. 21 needed, and he's got trapped on the crease by the off-spinner. Let's have another look at it. Oh yes, it was pitched right up. Hit him on the back pad. But he's done the bulk of the work here, Graham Van Buren, and he'll get a warm hand as he walks off. Made 49, and the stand was worth 97 with Chris Dent, and he's almost seen his side home. Yeah,
that's defining, match defining that, because they were really staring down the barrel when Van Buren came in. 30 for 4. The wicket was spitting. Yadav, Indian test bowler, whacking it into the rough, and Graham Van Buren stood tall, and he's seen his side to the brink of victory.
Only Van Buren and Dent with scores in double figures in this second innings. Jack Taylor's walking out now in a sort of situation where he might say, well, come on, let's finish this. Let's not muck about.
He liked to get off the mark in the Royal London Cup with a 6, didn't he? And you wonder if he's going to have a go. But he's at the non-striker's end because that was the last ball of the over. Danny Briggs is going to take us away.
I think Chris Dent would like what they call a red inker.
Yeah, without a doubt. Good for the average. Always like a red inker myself.
Problem was, if I had a red inker, it's generally not out.
Briggs over the wicket to Dent. Defended into the offside. 21 required. Worked round the corner by Dent. And then Dalby.
Not a big celebration of that last wicket, understandably. I think Yadav probably knows that the writing's on the wall for Warwickshire here, but you'd have to really pull this round spectacularly.
Denton kicks that one away and then collapses. Oh, that's too close to the body to cut there for Dent.
So he's so comfortable off the back foot, though. That's the thing, isn't it?
He is, but he does get himself in trouble by cutting too close to the body. He gets a lot of runs in that area as well. But what is his strength is also possibly his weakness. As that's played around the corner. Hayne is at a slightly backward square, short leg. Oh, that's taken the shoulder of the bat. Still a little bit of life here. 2 quick wickets now would certainly have the Gloucestershire dressing room scrambling a little, wouldn't it?
It would need to be both these two, you would think, though. You have to get rid of both of them. You could isolate one, I suppose, but Alex Davis just having a chat with Jayant Yadav. He's wondering about... he's noticed that Taylor's on the strike, and he's wondering if he's going to have a long on and a long off out here, just to prevent him trying to effectively take the game away from Warwickshire in 2 or 3 shots. Taylor yet to face, and he's in there because Yadav got Graham Van Buren LBW for 49 in his last over. 49 off 63 balls with 8 fours. But when you're chasing 148, that's a big contribution, and Chris Dent's still there. 58 not out. Don't forget there will be coverage on the stream next week of the game at Headingley. Jonathan Doidge and Ed Seaborn will be leading the commentary. And here is Yadav then to Jack Taylor. So they've got a short, straight mid-on there. Rob Yates. And they've got long on, 3 parts of the way back to the boundary as well. And Yadav obligingly bowls one that is short and on the leg stump. And Jack Taylor said, well, thanks very much, I'll just rotate the strike, thank you. I'll take a single.
Yeah. That's all they need to do. They can come back tomorrow if they need to.
Forecast is all right for tomorrow, actually. Might be a little bit of rain overnight tonight, but that may not matter. Sean Williams and Paul Collett and the rest of the ground staff will put the square to bed tonight, potentially. Yadav in, and Dent just gets the
that came off
bat
his
well out of the way.
That went behind his legs and bounced and actually came off Chris Dent's derriere, I think.
He appeared to go off his left buttock. Yadav again, toss that up, and again Dent doesn't play a shot. So the bowler's going to ask for a change to the field here. I think he wants Rob Yates to come to... Is he going to go to leg slip? He's going to stay over the wicket. Bit of a discussion. Will Rhodes and Jacob Bethel having a chat. The Bethel does bowl a little bit. I wonder.
Bowled in the game against Somerset. He bowled 2 overs, none for 15,
Yeah,
didn't he?
I wonder if he. That might almost be Warwickshire saying if Bethel is called on to bowl, that might almost been saying, well, the game's up then. But anyway, more protection to be brought out here. And it's Bethel actually who, rather than being potentially asked to bowl, is going to be asked to, I think, go in very close on the leg side, almost as, probably as a leg slip. He's going to keep Yates at silly point, and there you can see, stepping forward as close as he dare, Bethel in now at leg slip under the lid. Yadav. Just turning and politely asking the question, but Gloucestershire can wait for the bad ball here. They only need 20. Yadav tosses that one up and then picks the gap on the leg side. A chase for Ollie Han and Dalby. They'll get 2, and they might well get 3 because Dentso. You always run your own runs faster, don't you?
He's a scurrier, isn't he,
Yeah.
Dent? He's a real scurrier between the wickets, and
Scurrier, a scuttler, call it what you were.
yeah.
So Yadav's now going to have to bowl it. Jack Taylor, and again they've pushed. Well, the leg side boundary is well protected. They've got a man out at deep mid wicket, a long on and a long off out, so they clearly think that Taylor's attitude here is going to be to go for the big shots, and he's almost given Yadav a caught and bowled there. He's almost checked himself, and Yadav's taken that on the first bounce.
Yeah, let's have a look. I'm not sure this. I don't think this carried.
No, it didn't. It was well short, but it was. He checked the shot and almost
go.
didn't check it in time.
Ooh. Sort of came off the splice, didn't it? Thick inside edge, perhaps. But
17 needed.
it'd be fitting if Jack Taylor's there, because I think his Royal London campaign was the catalyst for the improved form in the game against Somerset 2 weeks ago. This one, and if Gloucestershire can take this into the game against Yorkshire as well, that'd be give them hope for next year. So there's Briggs to Dent, who kicks that one away outside off stump, and they have a little appeal. Briggs. Dent defends. Goes out to Briggs, who collects it off his own bowling. Defended there by Dent. Rob Yates doing the fielding at mid wicket. Dent plays that one. Mid on, comes round and collects.
I don't think Danny Briggs bowling on a. Yeah, clearly there's an element of help in this pitch, but I don't think I'd want him bowling on Bristol pitches all the time that was spinning. I don't. He's a tidy spinner, but I think Zafar would potentially be a more threatening spinner.
Zafar's more of an attacking spinner, isn't he? That's just tickled square the wicket, past short leg for single to Chris Dent. Zafar's more of an aggressive spinner. He gives it a loop. He's not scared to be hit, and he gets it above the eye line and gives it a chance to turn. As such, he will get hit more. Briggs is more of a defensive spinner, what you call maybe a white ball spinner. Fires it in a little bit more, and
he does have
tidier,
a decent first-class record over his career.
He's got over 300 first-class
Yeah, 300
wickets.
first-class wickets is not to be sniffed at.
No.
But on slow pitches like this one, he hasn't looked as if he's going to run through a team. Yadav in, and Dent will pick up one more. Quietly nudge round the corner. Gloucestershire into the 130s, and they don't need to get to 150 to win the game. 15 more required.
Yeah, Briggs from the Isle of Wight, first man from the Isle of Wight to represent England. Bet he doesn't get whacked to Cow's corner. I'm off now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the end of the season.
Scriptwriter's job's available. Yadav in, Taylor defends. He's not going to be tempted into playing 2 big sixes to try and clear
It's been a long year.
Henry Brooks at long on.
I've done all my gags. Done all my gags. That's all I've got left.
Taylor does go in the air this time. Where's that gone out to deep square, and it's caught by Dom Sibley. Taylor's tried to clear the infield there. He's cleared the infield, and he's picked out the one man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Sibley coming forward. And as soon as Taylor seen where it had gone, he knew that Sibley was not likely to drop that. 133 for 6, 15 still needed. Zafar Gahar is going to be needed to bat, and he's making his way down the steps and out towards the middle. Shows that 170 would have been an interesting little chase, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a couple of emails, and they're the final ones of the season. And they're both from Warwickshire fans. Peter the Bear. When Division 1 season was declared as 10 teams and not playing everyone else twice, I personally was pleased, as I felt that 2 from 8 created negative cricket, teams fearing relegation. Also felt the league was slightly weakened, and therefore my own team Warwickshire very little chance of relegation. Alas, it's not worked out like that, with a 90% probability. Yeah, Peter, still, you've got Hampshire next week. All is not lost for Warwickshire. Marcus the Baggy Bear, well done for outplaying the Bears from when Jack Taylor batted superbly with his counter-punch to Tom Price's excellent bowling. Compare the 22-year-old getting great reward for consistently putting the ball in the right place to Ryan Sidebottom, who gave away 39 in 5 in the first innings, and with 47 still to win, with 4 overs to tee, gives away 18 runs in 2 overs. Well done, Tom Price. We'll be watching your development with great interest. Thanks, Marcus.
Yes. By the way, don't go dangling a chequebook, by the way, Warwickshire.
No. No, that's the thing. It puts people on alert. And,
yeah, that's the that's what's tended to happen in recent, say, the last 10 years in particular. Anybody who's done well at what might be perceived to be not one of the frontline fashionable counties gets lured away. Yadav in, and that's steered away by Zafar down towards the boundary at third man. Bethel's on the chase. They'll get 2, and they won't look for any more than that.
yeah, just want to say thank you to everyone for your emails all season. Been absolutely fantastic, and you know, you've actually kept us company.
We have had hundreds.
Yeah, we've had hundreds
of emails,
and the opposition fans as well, who, you know, hopefully we're not too one-eyed, not too patriotic. Would that be the word?
No, I think, you know, we try and call it as we see it. We try and be fair, and I would say that I'll come back to that after this ball. Here's Yadav again to Zafar, who defends. The most humbling email we can receive is one that says, "We believe your commentary is fair and balanced." That is the best email that we can get, because that says that we're trying to call the game even-handedly, and we have tried to do that throughout the whole of the summer. Zafar lets that go. He took his bat in the end away, as Yadav takes his hat at the end of that over, and a wicket for him in that over. Jack Taylor, the man to go.
We've had some lovely emails over the summer, haven't we? All the Lancashire guys telling us all about their dishes up there, black pudding and rag pudding, and
we had some fun at Cheltenham trying to pick our cricketers of certain names, or was it
Keith 11.
Yeah, the Keiths and the Curry 11 we had as well.
Yeah. We had
I was no good
fun
with that because I'm no good at curry, but Dan was right on it.
Yeah, and we had our guest commentator there as well, didn't we, at the time, Rogan Josh Shaw.
13 to win, potentially 3 blows to do it, but I don't think we'll do it. I don't think they'll do it that way.
No, don't lose Dent now. That would really have people scurrying away. Briggs in. Dent tickles that one, not far away from Sam Hain there. That's one more, down to 12 now. 4 wickets in hand.
I think we were probably right this morning when we said that 170 might have been really awkward.
We had Rosie from Somerset make us an apple cake. We had Tom Lacey's mum made us a cake, didn't she, early season as well, which was very nice. Ian's made a couple of his little rascal numbers. And it's been a decent summer. It's been warm, and I have loved my time in the West Country, and I'm hoping to be back next year. And it's been absolutely fantastic, and I love the club. I love the people down here, and I love the city of Bristol as well. Zafar defends. Ian Randall's even got me talking like a West Country man, mind.
Just put that word on the end of any sentence, you'll be alright.
Zafar defends their mind.
$12 to win.
I've got one from slightly north of Bristol here in the commentary team next to me. Zafar plays that one firmly. That's going to be just the one out to Yadav. It's another one, 11 to win. And I've got one from the south of Bristol on production. So I'm picking up the lingo. Briggs to Dent, defends.
So Warwickshire's maximum total in terms of points is 144 next week.
Right.
They've got 120 at the moment. They could get to 144. Kent have got 134 at the moment. Yorkshire have got 135. Somerset have got 129, but with the probability of adding at least 8 to that, so they could go to 137. There really isn't much space to see Warwickshire getting out of that next week. Somerset against Kent is a draw. They're nearly needing snookers. They've got to look for Gloucestershire to beat Yorkshire quite convincingly, and then they might have an outside chance. That Kent Somerset game doesn't actually help them much. 11 to win. Yadav in, and that's skewed out by Zafar out into the offside. He's used his feet there, and that's gone into the gap at point and out to Dom Sibley, who's 3 parts of the way to the boundary. That could have very easily gone to Bethel.
And that would
10
have been,
needed.
That would have been 11 runs needed and only 3 wickets left. Oh, the tension, Ian Randall.
Dent has 64. He's done a really good job here. Can he see his team over the line? He'd have, in a sense, they kind of want to probably give Dent 1 and bowl at Zafar, I would have thought. 4 men round the bat. Yadav into Dent. Has he cut that? They think he's gone. Dent's walking.
Yeah, Dent's gone.
He's walking. He's not waiting for the umpire. And Alex Davis takes the catch, and it's 138 for 7. Still 10 required. How tight was Dent here? Oh, he knew. He didn't even wait, and actually credit to him for that, because he could have stood there and waited for the umpire's decision.
No,
but
I think the umpire's nodding his head. I think he's giving him the chance to walk.
But he has walked, and he's made 64 very important runs. But he and Van Buren have both got out short of the finish line. So it's been Tom Price's game, this, hasn't it? He's got 10 wickets in the match for the first time in his life. Wouldn't it be fitting if he was there at the end?
Oh dear, Ian. What's going on? But that Gloucestershire dressing room is a bag of nerves.
So here is Tom Price coming out to join Zafar. Zafar has 4. And the numbers from Chris Dent's innings: 145 balls, 8 fours. So he and Van Buren still the only 2 men in double figures on that card. 64 and 49. The next top score is extras with 8. No, they were understandably there were a few nerves around now, because David Payne and Sing Dale would. I mean, this is quite similar to the Northants game at Cheltenham, isn't it? Where
Flurry of wickets fell at the end.
For a late flurry of wickets. Jack White came out and played a reverse sweep, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Been promoted up the order. They won by 2 wickets in the end. But Ryan Rickleton got them basically most of the way there. And they did come out the right side in the end. But
Thought he's one of the best batsmen I've seen this season. Going to South Africa's side against England.
10 needed. Yadav in. Ooh, that's down the leg side. There was a yelp from the slip cord, and as Tom Price just tried to work it away. So they've got a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. And they've got Bethel on the 45 to stop the single going down to third man. Price's stance is quite open. Yadav into bowl to him. Got enough on that. Yadav couldn't quite believe that he didn't beat the bat there. 4 for 41 he's got, Giant Yadav.
Tension all around Bristol here.
Bethel's dropping out. Yadav in, and Price solidly forward defends out on the leg side. Yes, I think so. In a sense, Warwickshire have got what they wanted. They've got both the set batsmen out, and they haven't got many runs to play with now. But they've got effectively a bowling all-rounder and a bowler who's a handy bat in. But they've got 2 spinners just trying to really attack here. You know, a couple of blows and you're nearly there.
Yeah, you are. But when it's spitting out the rough, playing that blow, and if it goes up in the air, it would be irresponsible at best. In fact, I'd say if you played a massive shot now and it went straight up in the air, I mean, it's almost a court-martial offence, isn't it? You know.
So what is Will Rhodes doing with his field here? I think he's saying to Zafar, you can have a single if you want, because we'd like to bowl at Tom Price. He's got a deep set field.
Ooh, that's taken the glove and just dropped short of Sam Hain. Tension building here in Bristol. 10 runs needed to win. 3 wickets left. What way's this game going? Spinners on, ball spitting out the rough. Oh, where's that gone? Oh, that's come off Zafar, I think. Gone in the air.
Didn't go to hand, but the Warwickshire body language says that there was a nick off a glove, perhaps.
Yeah. Cry of "Come on, you Bears" comes from below us. They haven't had much to shout about on their trip down the M5, but you never know what's going to happen here now.
Well, I was just asking his bowler if he wants somebody in at silly point. The answer is no.
Briggs to Zafar. That's a better shot. Much more solid there. Defends that one.
Zafar wants a single. He can work it in out through the covers or to mid-wicket.
That's played nicely. Out to long on. That's one. Every run's applauded here.
I think Zafar would quite like to farm the strike here too if he could.
Yeah.
Quite happy to.
Rhodes again going and having a chat with his bowler.
Take most of the strike. So Tom Price has got 2 balls left to face.
Bears aren't giving up without a fight.
Just feel it's. You feel it's a bit late, don't you?
You do. I tell you what, another 20, 30 runs.
Oh.
You'd have to fancy the Bears, wouldn't you?
I mean, if this was 208 to be chasing,
Yeah.
they'd feel they were in the driving seat.
Yeah, they would be.
Even even 178 would feel a
158 would.
Oh. He's got so little to play with. He's only got 8 runs to play with here. So everything has got to be absolutely on the money.
Briggs tossing the ball from hand to hand, coming around the wicket to Tom Price. Oh, that's gone out to mid-on. He's played that firmly. Ian Randall, get the oxygen out.
It was too firm, wasn't it?
Briggs to Price, defends that one. That's the end of the over. 9 runs required.
Price's only scoring shot in the first innings. He made 6, and it was a 6 off Briggs, I think.
It was, yeah.
The overall bowling
Into the
figures.
pavilion.
Briggs has bowled 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 43, and Giant Yadav has bowled 19 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 41. Ollie Hannon Dolby 2 for 26. Did a bit of damage just after lunch. Got 2 of the first 4 wickets with catches in the slips, but really it's been the spinners who've done the bulk of the work and have posed the bulk of the danger.
I think the umpire's going to go off for bad light. It's got a little bit darker.
It is quite dark actually, but the
Spinners are on.
spinners are on. They'd like a day off tomorrow. Long on out. Long off out for Zafar, in case he tries the Jack Taylor approach, which is to try and finish it with a couple of big blows, take the nervousness out of things. Yadav around the wicket and Zafar forward. He's got Danny Briggs in there for the little nudge into the offside, just to stop the single. Yadav trots away from us, and Zafar will just nudge a single into the leg side. That's good running. But Warwickshire may not mind that too much. They probably would like to have a go at Tom Price. So David Payne and Ajit Singh Dale, I'm sure, have got their pads on. They don't want to be scrabbling around if one of these two gets out. They need to be settled, concentrating. All the staff are on the pavilion balcony. Nobody's moving. 8 to win. Yadav in, Price goes back and defends. Yeah, it's a sort of one where, right, I'm not moving out of this seat until anything happens. slip, a leg slip and a short leg for the Indian off spinner. Pleasantly played by Tom Price. Picked the gap to the left of Danny Briggs up towards wide mid-on. Henry Brooks does the fielding and Price picks up 141. 2 blows will do it. In theory. Allendorf is coming up again at mid-on here, so they're trying to prevent, if they can, Zafar just picking up an easy single into the leg side. Yadav in again. And Zafar changed his mind about 3 times there. In the end, just patted it dead weight back down the pitch. India against Pakistan here at the Seat Unique Stadium.
Yeah.
Put the short leg in there. Hayne, where's Hayne going? He's just going into that area, almost at short mid-wicket on the single. Zafar goes for the reverse sweep.
Oh dear.
Always doing it differently. Doesn't get anything on it, and that completes Jayant Yadav's over. Will he get another one? Oh, it depends what Danny Briggs can do at the other end. He's going to bowl to Tom Price. Is Dan Whiting going to call the first win?
No, you are. I'm going to hand it over to you.
Why?
Because you're the man from Gloucestershire, so we'll wait until the runs required are further down. But
I think it should be, but they can't win it in one hit here.
no, I'll call this over. But I think when it gets a bit tasty, you're the man. Briggs to Price. Oh, he's chipped that one. Bounce to Yadav. Oh, are they going to put a man in there? Because that's twice Price has hit one a little bit too firm.
It's one bounce to the fielder, isn't it?
And he's quite deep there at mid-on as well. Hit that one firmly, but along the floor to Yadav again. Danny Briggs, hands on hips. Don't get this in Shanklin on the Isle of Wight, Danny. Oh, that's well played, Tom Price. Just adjusts. Softer hands. Well played. Briggs around the wicket. Oh, they thought about a single there. There's possibly one. No risks needed though at this stage.
Everybody in the pavilion is standing up
Yeah.
at the back. They can't sit down. They're too tense.
No, no. Where's that gone? That's gone up in the air. Oh, it's gone over his head. It's going to be 1, 2 bounces and runs away for 4. That has lifted spirits here in Bristol.
It was a risky shot, but he's got away with it. 145 for 7. 3 needed. And now what do Warwickshire do? They've almost got no choice now to bring everybody up. 1 ball left in this over. Alex Davis just having a chat. Wicketkeeper to bowler. Gloucestershire have got 3 wickets in hand and they need 3 to win. The 2 main men bowling wise in this match. Zafar 5 wickets in the first innings. Tom Price with 8 in the second and 10 in the match in all. Now trying to get them over the line with the bat. And Tom Price defends, last ball of the over. 3 to win. Briggs takes his cap. I don't think he'll be bowling again, but you never know. 145 for 7. We've had 45 minutes cricket here.
Yeah.
Since tea.
Lots happened.
And
It's been a very good game of cricket, this. It's been a really... Both sides have played their part, without doubt. And
you know, it's not been a feast of runs, and
no,
that's not always the way you get the best games somehow.
no. Sometimes the best games are when there is a slightly bowler-friendly track. Like, not obviously what we saw at Chelmsford this week, but if something's maybe 52-48 in favour of the bowler, I think often they make the best games of cricket. But it has to be fair.
We're going to have about 800 runs in the match, and we've had 37 wickets. Zafar waits for Giant Yadav. Oh, it's an absolute peach of a ball. A little bit of wobble in the air, just turning away, beats the outside edge. One blow will do it. They've got a man out at deep square, they've got a man out on the cover boundary. Zafar tries to pick the gap. He get past it, Henry Brooks. He can. Is it going to go all the way to the rope? It is. Zafar Gahar wins the match for Gloucestershire by 3 wickets. They successfully chase 148 to beat Warwickshire. They break their duck for the championship season, and it may have come in the last game, but they've shown a lot of spirit against a side who are battling themselves to try and stay up, and they've come out on top, and they've won the match here on the 3rd evening by 3 wickets.
Yeah, and they thoroughly deserve that as well. And it's fitting that Tom Price, who did so much there in the second innings and put a dagger in the heart of Warwickshire, that he was there at the end. 8 for 27. His bowling paved the way. Zafar Gahar as well, 5 for 64 off 35 overs in the first innings. He was there at the end as well, and it got a little bit tight there at the end, but they managed to get through, and Gloucestershire win by 3 wickets.
And I would say too, Dan, umpires just acknowledging the efforts of the ground staff, by the way, and as they take out the stumps and make their way towards the pavilion, that if they can go to Headingley next week and, you know, a win or a draw there, would feel as if you've ended the season on a bit better note than looked likely at one stage.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I think that, as I said numerous times during this game, I think that it's been a vast improvement since Cheltenham, and I think the Northamptonshire game, I think Robbie Joseph coming in as bowling coach as well, I think he's had an influence. I think the bowlers look now like they're capable of taking wickets, and I think it's been a very, very good performance. So the bowling figures for Warwickshire, just quickly going to go through them. Oliver Hannon-Dolby, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 26. James Yadav bowled beautifully, 4 for 47 off 20.2 with 6 maidens. Danny Briggs, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 47. Henry Brooks, none for 10 off 2. Ryan Sidebottom, 2 overs, none for 18.
And that Gloucestershire card, the second innings card, Chris Dent made 64, Graham Van Buren made 49. Zafar's winning hit took him to 10 not out, and he's the only other player in double figures. It just shows the importance of that stand of 97 between Van Buren and Dent. It really did the bulk of the work. Yes, they both got out towards the end, but they did the bulk of the work after, it must be said, Tom Price again, you have to say, an inspired spell last night, and another 4 wickets this morning. 8 for 27. So he's never taken an 8 in a first class game before. He's never taken 10 in a first class game overall across the 2 innings, and if he plays another 100 first-class matches for Gloucestershire, he will struggle to take better analysis than 8 for 27.
Yeah, wonderful bowler. I think he's got potential with the bat as well, and he's got a very mature head on his 22-year-old shoulders, and that is why performances like that, performances like the hat-trick, getting vital wickets when they've been needed, and that's why I voted for him in the Cricket Writers Club Young Player of the Season across the whole counties.
So I'm going to leave you at this stage with the table. Gloucestershire 95 points, 1 to play. Warwickshire 120, 1 to play. Somerset 123, match still in progress against Northants. Kent 134, having beaten Hampshire. Yorkshire 135, having lost at Surrey. Yorkshire and Warwickshire are in the weakest position there because both have only won 1 match. Kent, Somerset playing each other, particularly if Somerset say they come out of the Northants game with a draw, it really means Warwickshire have got to win and then do the rain dances or get your prayer mats out or whatever you might think to try and escape. But they look at the moment as if they are going to be the team going down with Gloucestershire into the second division.
Yeah, they certainly do. And thank you to all the Bears fans as well who've interacted with us over the last 3 days. You've been absolutely fantastic, and maybe our paths will cross next season. But, good luck.
I suspect their budget is rather bigger than Gloucestershire's is, and
Yeah,
considering they were champions last year, of course, to go from champions to relegated in a year will not go down well amongst the Edgbaston members. But the Gloucestershire members will head off tonight with a bit of a spring in their step, I think, having seen their team at last win a Red Bull game here in Bristol. It's our last commentary of the season too. I say Jonathan Deutsch and Ed Seaborn will be your voices at Headingley next week. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to all the Gloucestershire fans, all the players, all the staff for the opportunity this year, and I've absolutely loved it here in Bristol. And thank you, Ian, for being my co-pilot throughout the season.
Not at all.
And a massive, massive thank you goes out to
Mr. James Healy.
James Healy, who's been absolutely wonderful. He brings you the pictures that you can see on his stream, and these guys who are in the background. Ian Randall and I might be the lead singers, but every good band needs a good lead guitarist.
Yeah. James can bash out a tune on the drums as well, I gather. We're going to leave you then from Bristol with the ground staff putting the square to bed, certainly for tonight and probably for a few days, I would think. We leave you with news of a Gloucestershire win. They've won, having chased 148 to beat Warwickshire today by 3 wickets, 45 minutes after the scheduled tea interval. Quite a few spectators just loitering, as often is the case, I'm sure, on the last day of home cricket in the season, maybe to get an autograph, maybe to just share an informal chat with the players after a victory. There haven't been too many home wins across the formats this year, but always nice to finish on a victory. From Bristol, hope you've enjoyed our coverage across the stream over the summer. It's been a chiefly dry year, it must be said. We've not lost much cricket here at Bristol overall. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we hope you can be with us again next season. Who knows what the format will be? It should be 14 Championship, 14 in the T20 and 8 in the Royal London, but who knows? A lot to be debated on that. Follow the stories, of course, through the winter on the club website, and indeed follow the commentary there from Headingley next week. But from Bristol this afternoon with a win for Gloucestershire by 3 wickets. Goodbye from Ian Randall.
And goodbye from me, Dan Whiting. Thank you for your time.
We'll see you soon.